before you. Choose wisely.
Highs with the lowest lows. That's life these days. World chained up, he on lockdown. Phone call 3 ways. I just pray that he find God now. It's no replay. On my way up to the top now. That's on me, ayy. The highs with the lowest lows. That's life these days. World chained up, he on lockdown. Phone call 3 ways. I just pray that he find God now. It's no replay. On my way up to the top now. That's on me, ayy. Any day could've been dead. High school price on my head. Paranoid lying in my bed. Pray to God they don't turn my shirt cherry. I was lost, didn't know me. Introduced myself to codeine. 6 months was a dope fiend. Philly didn't even know things. There was a low me. Swear to God it would've owed me. Everything you ever told me. Everything you ever showed me. I forgot it. Caused me drama. I used to stay on one. Now I changed on them. The highs with the lowest lows. That's life these days. Bro chained up, he on lockdown. Phone call 3 ways. I just pray that he find God now. It's no replay. On my way up to the top now. That's on me, ayy. Hit the highs with the lowest lows. That's life these days. Bro chained up, he on lockdown. Phone call 3 ways. I just pray that he find God now. It's no replay. On my way up to the top now. That's on me, ayy. I just saw Jizzy got a plane. Guess that's what he meant when he said nothing was the same. Lately I've been grounded, energizing off the pain. Some things gon' change, I'm just soaking up the game. Through the mud, out the rain, like I remember all those same nights. Now I'm on top, no stage fright. Now I'm on go, no brake lights. Hit the pedal, hit the engine roar. No fear like a matador. Breaking trends and I'm making more. Going up, climbing ladders more. I can't be stopped. Now I do what I want. Real, no front. All the way to the top. Highs with the lowest lows. That's life these days. World chained up, he on lockdown. Phone call 3 ways. I just pray that he find God now. It's no replay. On my way up to the top now. That's on me, ayy. The highs with the lowest lows. That's life these days. World chained up, he on lockdown. Phone call 3 ways. I just pray that he find God now. It's no replay. On my way up to the top now. That's on me, ayy. Keep God first. I see evil when I converse. Not today, say. This how God works. Play my position, what is given with no concerns. Go. Set it out. Top of the morning, I'm gonna set it out. You living boring, I'm gonna set it out. Shooting, I'm scoring, I'm gonna set it out. Like soldiers torn, I'm gonna set it out. Son of God, no, I am not son of man. Blessings keep falling, the fingers keep coming in. I got you, but just know I'm texting like Uncle Sam. Left to the bank, you know that I'm coming in. We don't do it for the bands though, we don't do it for the clout. Legacy on the line, so I'm moving in and out. Seen good ones turn top dog, greedy ones get knocked off. I keep looking at the bench like I could never not ball. Coach keep me in the game, Curry deadly with the range. I keep looking in the mirror like, who is he? I'm insane. Who am I? He insane. Guess I ain't the one to blame. What's done is done, won't change. Time to live up to my name. Real will be real, fake gon' fall. Took time with this here, I'm made for a while. No sleeping, no I won't fall. No sleeping, no I want it all. I keep God first. I see evil when I converse. Not today, say. This how God works. Play my position, what is given with no concerns. Go. Set it out. Top of the morning, I'm gonna set it out. You living boring, I'm gonna set it out. Shoot Shooting, I'm scoring, I'm gonna set it out. Like soldiers touring, I'm gonna set it out. Told my baby, meet me at the bank. Told my mama, I'ma break the trend. Locked in, I'ma change the weight. Working for my baby's kids. Hard times couldn't make the rent. Working hard, couldn't save a cent. Lonely nights, just me and God. Swear to him, always made the ends. Grab a paper, see the news. Hate coming by the tools. Walk a mile in my shoes. Something you can never do. Got my back against the wall. Bet I always pull through. Who are you, who are you? Who are you, who are you? Sending shots, I block 'em. Superman with the moves. Rock 'em, sock 'em, drop, pop 'em. Play to win, never lose. Run it up, I top 'em. Play full belly too. I hip hop or pop 'em. Anything I could do. The real won't be real, fake gon' fall. Took time with this here, I made for a while. No sleeping while I won't fall. No sleeping while I won't lead off. I keep God first. I see evil, I evil when I converse. Like today say, this how God works. Play my position, what is given with no concerns. Go, 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 go. Set it out. Top of the morning, I'm gonna set it out. You living boring, I'm gonna set it out. Shooting, I'm scoring, I'm gonna set it out. Like soldiers torn, I'm gonna set it out. I hit record a job, you can't ignore it. I'm transforming now these cars and planes, I'm always boarding. Just out touring down in Charlotte like I play for Hornets. When I'm performing, never boring, now you can't afford it. Champagne Perrier, finished friends on my face. Looking like I'm from the deep, these no Cartiers. Pockets deep, 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 bro. I can make it in my seat, bro. Do you, I'm doing me, bro. Making noise, use a peep, bro. Whoa, I press the button and the doors go off like, whoa. That money clip us now, the new now looks like, whoa. Upgrade her diamonds, now her girlfriends are like, whoa, whoa, whoa. Neighborhood on the scene, neighborhood on the strip. Neighborhood be the name, neighborhood no crib. Neighborhood that's me, neighborhood that's Nick. Neighborhood do the dance, neighborhood do the dip. Okay, thought I'd never make it like no way. I'm the real deal, no role play. My days off, that's no days. No, I hustle hard, young rose. E be the shooter, that's cold case. Those on the deals, that's brose. Got no pay, yo, no say. Okay, this the news, tell them read it. Been the one since the fetus. Don't sleep on me, Tempur-Pedic. That's a no, no, no. Spending dope for no reason. Got a ball head, Mr. Cleaner. Heard the big bags overseas, then we gon' go, go, go. Whoa, I press the button and the doors go off like, whoa. That money clip us now, the new now looks like, whoa. Upgrade her diamonds, now her girlfriends are like, whoa, whoa, whoa. I press the button and the doors go off like, whoa. That money clip us now, the new now looks like, whoa. Upgrade her diamonds, now her girlfriends are like, whoa, whoa, whoa. On my own, no fixer. I'm gon' ball, no picker. That I ate those, they live for. Talking on my back, go figure. Whole team eats from splitter. Never was the one to go flicker. No face, no case, no picture. Full place, big stakes, my dinner. Flip that. Canal Street, flip that. Last week, old money. This week, new racks. Never buy none more. If I can't afford to gift wrap, stunning in your foreign car. You keep buying rental tags. Heard you roll the gasoline, we are not the same. Couple thousand in my pocket, this pocket chick. Rubber bands on my arm, this is not for play. I put 20 on the crib while you cop a chain. I know they hated to love it. You know I love when they hate it. Last year was living basic. Haters on the other side. 3 up, read between the lines. Know I got some mainers with me. Made it through some evil times. Late night on some demon time. Pour the Sprite, I need love. I can't lock it, sweet love. Free time. brainstorm. You can assume with your chains on. I can see none with the lights off. Cat, you been the main one. Coolin' when I got my mains on. Show
out to J.S. Hooper said April Mason and her sister tried to get two innocent black men. Really? I did not know this. Let me read it. It says April Mason and her sister tried to get two innocent black men arrested over false allegations. Folks need to do their research. She's shady as F.
Fire for your mind. The kosher clinician.
I was talking about traditional femininity, traditional masculinity, provision, submission, high value males, etc., etc. But in the comments, people were like, bro, April Mason is a chameleon. Don't fall for her. She's trying to fool you, man. She's trying to dupe you. She's tricking you, bro. Don't believe the hype.
I'm trying. But this one, your mama almost got it in the bag.
Baby,
No, you acting up. I need you to stop. You don't be on your best behavior till she get the ring, okay?
Okay.
Okay?
Okay.
I love you.
I love you.
All right.
So you see what she was saying. Your real daddy is coming over, but you need to behave just for a split second so that I can secure.
There's an old saying in theology that more or less states that can a leopard change his spots? It appears that April Mason has begun to show people who she really is. And I told you guys in the past that there are 7 steps that a man must go through in order to become an optimized male. And understanding female psychology, as I told you, is very important. It appears that based on 2 major YouTubers, the lead attorney and the guy Speaks, it appears that April Mason has begun to show her colors as eventually they always tell on themselves. It appears that April Mason is more or less showing or confirming what many men have thought, and the thought that most Western women really don't have or care about men and their rights or the things that they need, but they're more or less feigning femininity to get the kind of men that they want. I want you guys to explore the evidence as we look at the shenanigans of April Mason. And I want you to ask yourself the question, does April Mason have unconscious pathologies that it appears that she's constantly and consistently always castigating black men in her video with the lead attorney, or more or less not taking ownership for her behavior? And also from the evidence with Speaks, it appears that she is more or less doing or more or less projecting that a woman has to be on her good behavior in order to get the ring, which in essence says that it's not true femininity from the heart, but it's conditional. And I want you guys to remember this. If it ain't 7, it ain't kosher. If it ain't kosher, it ain't right. There are 7 steps that a man must go through in order to become an optimized male, and female psychology and understand how female psychology can impact the mental and physical well-being of a man is paramount in order to get the outcomes that he so desires. Enjoy this show. You do the evidence and ask yourself the question, does April Mason have unconscious pathology that more or less project negativity towards black men and the mistering of the American male? Be well.
All right, brethren, get your pens and your paper out because we got a show for you guys tonight. I told you guys that eventually they would tell on themselves. Anton Daniels, my homie, said it better than myself. He said if you put them in the right environment, eventually they will tell on themselves. And it appears that based on the evidence from the lead attorney and also this young new content creator by the name of SPK Speaks, go check that brother out, he more or less gave a prognostication of some of the shenanigans of April Mason. April Mason made several gasps when I was listening to her on the lead attorney, and I started to take mental notes. But it was confirmed when the lead attorney did a show about Auburn Preach yesterday that her shenanigans are really true and really a manifestation of what she really is. It appears, guys, that many or some of these women in these spaces or more or less promote femininity or virtue are really just chameleons or charlatans. They're going to give you a percentage or perceptive of who they are, but really they don't have your best interest. So we're going to do a comprehensive show on tonight. Get your pen out, get your paper out. Guys, share this content. Share this content with at least 5 guys, man. This is going to be a fire show. And I want you guys to ask yourself the question, Is April Mason projecting pathologies from the past? Does she have unconscious pathologies? Does she have hate for black men? Is April Mason take accountability for the things she did in the past? And is April Mason the prize? Get ready.
Bringing it to you live once again from the greatest state in the Union, the Tar Heel State, where the topography is serene, pristine, and verdant green, where every day is Father's Day, and where manhood is part of hills and valleys, victories and failures, and whereas men, we don't agree on all things or ideologies, but tonight we come together as allies of a common cause, only to dissipate once the crisis is over. Now listen, I'm about to drop some fire for your mind. But before I drop that fire, let's explore why we are doing the Manhood Chronicles.
All right, guys, we're going to have a powerful conversation on tonight. And as I told you guys that eventually they always tell on themselves. Eventually they always tell on themselves. And guys, I'm a little dusty tonight. I've been busy working. And so, I'm gonna be on the dusty tip tonight. But I need you guys to listen, share the content. Please share the content, because the question remains, does April Mason have unconscious pathologies? Listen, guys, in Freudian psychology, there's a such thing called unconscious motivations, right? Unconscious motivations are those things that are embedded in our subconscious that make us act out. And in the clinical world, we call it free associations, when we sit down with a client. And over time, they will begin to gesticulate certain things about their past. Any free thought that comes to their past could come to mind. So it appears that April Mason was doing some free associations that she was not aware of when she was on the Lead Attorney show. And also April Mason was doing some free associations as she was telling her grandson to be on his best behavior so that his mom could secure the bag. But even though April Mason was talking about her daughter, watch this, she still personifies or do more or less what many women do. They become chameleons until they can get the prize or the objective, which is the ring. So we're going to have a comprehensive show on tonight, because it appears that April Mason and many modern Western women continue to once see themselves as the prize. They tend to associate all black men with abuse. They tend to associate all black men as being broke and dusty. And they tend to continue to emasculate black men, or more or less castigate black men in a caste system that see them only as a commodity instead of seeing them as a human being. Now we got to ask ourselves the question, if April Mason is castigating black men to some degree on the slick, then what is April Mason? Because April Mason said that she is the prize. And so we're going to, explore the evidence, and we're going to shame the devil on tonight, because if a 46-year-old woman with 3 kids is the prize, then what are you? If a 46-year-old woman with 3 kids that was married and 3 kids, well, I'm going to assume 2 different men, if she's the prize, then what are you? Because when men start demanding what they want from a relationship, they're going to get the outcomes that they want. Men, you determine the market for marriage. They don't. A man that's a 1 and a woman that's a 1, when they get into a relationship, if that man that's a 1 in the relationship market deems that woman that's a 1 not worthy, then that woman can't get married. Because like BGS said and Ron Will said, the water seeks its own level. It seeks its own level, guys. So men are the purchasers of the relationship. The woman is the seller. But the problem is so many men have been sucker punched because they have never seen masculine authority. They've never seen strong fathers. They've never been told that you must do things on principles first, and if she does not meet your program or your expectations, you get rid of her. That's why we live in a country when you can have a woman that's 600 pounds that I tell a man he needs to be fit and in shape, but she's 600 pounds. That's why you have some women, not all, you have some women that can have multiple kids by multiple men, had a lot of fun, and they still think they deserve a good man. They always say, I deserve a good man, because they see themselves men as better than you. And that's not good for your mental health. When a man begins to love himself and know what his worth is, then he begins to demand more, because they demand more. How many guys, how many times have women told you that if you were too short, if you were broke, if your penis was not a certain length, then you couldn't be on her roster? And some of you guys fail for it because you have low self-esteem. You've been rejected so much that you're willing to take anything. But when you begin to travel abroad, you realize that travel is the great equalizer. And I told you guys that there are 7 steps that a man must go through in order to become optimized. And world travel and understanding female psychology is paramount to the functioning of a man. The lead attorney had a great show yesterday by Speaks. He had a great show yesterday by about Alba and Preach. I'm sorry, and the intro that you guys saw was more or less a prelude to the show. Where in that prelude, guys, the guy said that April Mason was shaded as F, as she was trying to accost 2 men and get them hemmed up. But also, April Mason said some things that triggered me and got me to start taking notes, because as a therapist, I got to take notes. When she said that she was the prize, which is a fallacy. Let me tell you something. A woman can be a prize in her head, and that's fine. But until she get the outcomes that she wants, she's not the prize. She can be the prize in her head, just like a man can think he's Superman in his head. But men are the prize catchers. That's a new term that I created. The man is the prize catcher. And what I mean by that is that man determines if she's the prize. And if that man determines that she's the prize, then that man will catch her. Therefore, she'll get herself a catch. So the new term that I created is the prize catcher. That man determines what or who is the prize. She does not determine she's the prize by default. She can be the prize in her head, but she's not the prize by default. And because so many black men and Western men have mental health abnormalities, they accept mediocrity. So I'm going to challenge you guys on the night to take notes, because like Black Ram say, in therapy, we don't tell lies. Because somebody is right and somebody is wrong. If April Mason, a 46-year-old woman with 3 kids, I'm going to assume by two different men is the prize, then what are you? Because when you begin to travel abroad, if you're a basic guy making $40,000 to $50,000 a year, you're seen as a great man. Women from African countries will love you at 5'8". Women from Afro-Latin cultures will love you at 5'8" and being an average man. But so many times in America, because men don't demand anything, we take less. Now listen to this. I don't believe that a man that's dusty and not on his purpose and don't work or work out or take care of himself deserves a top quality woman. I don't believe that. I'm going to say it again. I don't believe that a man that's not on his purpose, working out, has a mission and a plan, deserves a top quality woman. And most guys get it. We understand that. But the problem is, many modern women think they can just give you whatever. They think vagina is just enough. April Mason talked about that. But while April Mason appeared to be an advocate for black men and men in general, it appears that April Mason is a charlatan. Shout out to my man, Josh Giles. Thank you, brother, for the $20 cash app. Thank you, brother. Your work is merited. I really appreciate it, man. This is going to be a fire show. Because this is going to be a fire show, guys, because I wanted to empower you guys. You're not going to find a licensed clinical therapist that went to an elite school giving the game that I'm giving you on tonight. You're not going to find it in this space. You're not going to find too many therapists that have my background, a background in law enforcement, a background as a special ed teacher, a background that knows how to use deductive reasoning to break things down, and also a therapist that went to one of the best schools in the country. No cap, no bragging, but it is what it is. You're not going to find that in this space. Many guys talk based on conjecture, but I'm talking based on clinical science, empirical science, data, and research. And so I had to take notes because once again, April Mason is fooling a lot of you guys. When I saw that prognostication on the lead attorney, I said, I knew she was feigning. And feigning basically means she's capping or lying. And when Speaks came up and said the same thing, I said, you know what? April Mason is not telling the truth. Shout out to my man, Cedric Carson. Cedric Carson said that the black community isn't really a community with individuals getting stronger. That's affecting relationships in the worst way. No doubt, brother. Thank you. And so we got to talk about the importance of men being men. We got to talk about the importance of men being the prize catchers. I'm going to do a show, guys, at some point called Return of the Prize Catcher. And it basically means that we're going to go back in time when men demanded respect from women. We're going to go back in the time when men demanded that women have a level of virtue that was going to help him propel or build his platform. Because let me tell you guys something. Kevin Samuels talked about sign language. But because I'm the kosher clinician, I came with my own concept called deaf. When you present them with the evidence, they deny the evidence. They become enraged when you present them with the evidence. They argue or fight you through ad hominem attacks, which means they fight the messenger instead of fighting the message. And then they fight or flee. And as I said before, guys, earlier, that a leopard cannot change its spots. It can't do it. And like Anton Daniel said, if you put them in the right environment, eventually they will tell on themselves every time. And what you guys saw was a manifestation of April Mason telling on herself, but also April Mason having unconscious pathologies. Now listen, as I said earlier, an unconscious pathology is something that you're not aware of. Many times it's something called repression. It's a negative ego defense mechanism called repression. Repression happens when you take those unwanted feelings from the past or trauma, instead of you dealing with it on an unconscious level, you repress it down. 2 times April Mason said something that triggered me, where she said that she was in a bad relationship, but April Mason never took accountability for the man that she was dealing with. She blamed everything on the man, but when April Mason said, I made bad mistakes too. April Mason also talked about her being the prize, and we're going to get into that. And then also April Mason did a lot of different things that more or less would make you wonder, guys, how can a 46-year-old woman with 2 kids, 3 kids by, I'm going to assume 2 different men, be the prize? And see, guys, that's bad wisdom that she's giving some of these women, because our market has gotten so bad that men started demanding more, then women will start coming to the table being what men expect them to be. Women by nature want to look up to you. It's in their nature. But some of you guys are so mentally broken that you defer your power. That's why you guys need to see me for a non-diagnostic consultation at thekosherclinician@gmail.com. That's kosherclinician@gmail.com for a non-diagnostic consultation. But back to the point. We're going to look at the evidence because, once again, the evidence does not lie. As a clinical therapist, we call it collaborative empiricism. And what you and I are going to be having tonight, fellas, is collaborative empiricism. And also to the great sisters that are listening. Because like I said, I welcome all sisters that are willing to change and to grow. Not fake chicks, not charlatans, not women that's trying to get information from men's spaces to cap, and they become what that man want them to become, only to change once they get the relationship. We're not talking about fake women. We're talking about real good sisters that are righteous, that are striving to do the right thing. So we're going to look at the evidence from the show that the lead attorney did with April Mason, and we're going to dissect it and break down some of the finer points from the show. Now listen, guys, there's 34 people that are watching this show. I need everybody to share this show. I need everybody to share this show. But before you share it, guys, hit the like button, hit all notifications, because the notifications will help me get this information out. It's going to help me grow. It's going to help me inspire other young men. I told you guys that there's a crisis in masculinity, and there's a crisis in manhood. And many are not addressing the issues that black men in America and white men are going through. But because I am a black male, I tend to work on the issues that are pertaining to black men first. So I need you guys to share the content. Hit all notification buttons. Hit the like buttons. because I'm going to drop some. That's what I'm about to do.
Fire for your mind.
I'm about to drop some fire for your mind.
Cognition.
I'm about to open up your cognitions on tonight. I'm going to make you aware of the pathologies of April Mason, the charlatan, the chameleon, because these spaces have been infiltrated by chameleons. It's been infiltrated by chameleons. And some of these chameleons don't have the best or the most suitable things for black men. All right, so I'm going to share the evidence, guys. But before I share the evidence, guys, I'm going to ask you guys a question. Let me ask you guys a question. What is a man getting from the modern black woman? What is a man getting? Tell me what he's getting. Do you think a man is getting what his grandmother is getting, what his grandmother and mother offered his father back in the past? And we're not saying those women are perfect, but tell me 3 things that a black man is getting from the modern woman in relationships. I want you guys to put that in the for talking points real quick. I want you guys to put in the talking points. What is a modern black man getting from the modern woman on today? Because the truth be told is this. Many black men are suffering in silence. Many guys have been conditioned to defer power instead of demanding power. So I want you guys to ask yourself the question, what are modern black men getting on today? What are they getting? Cedric Carson said that black men are afraid to have their voices heard without the women close to them shutting them down with sign language. No doubt, you're right, brother. Shame, insults, guilt, and the need to be right, or on the flip side, being deaf. And Ms. Parker's interesting. And Cedric Carson also said that masculine and femininity have to coexist for the sake of the generation. I agree. Shout out to my man Michael for the $20 super sticker. Thank you, brother. Thank you, guys. You guys are doing a great job on tonight. And so, guys, I'm going to share the evidence because somebody's right and somebody's wrong. But before we go any further, I need you guys to answer the question. What is the modern Western man getting in relationships on today? What is the modern Western man getting that his father or grandfather or great-grandfather got years ago? Because I understand that we're living in modern times, and I know the times have changed. But the point is, many women expect men to adhere to old traditional archetypes. But the problem is, when men start saying, I want what granddad got, which was many times a woman that didn't have multiple kids by multiple men, a woman that was a virgin or had low bodies, or a woman that was wife-reared, and all of a sudden you hate black women or your mom is black. And that's the shaming language that so many men have to deal with because they've been conditioned to be servants to modern women instead of demanding power. I told you guys that needs drive behaviors. And April Mason has the need to be seen as better than. And because of that need, she tends to project what she wants instead of projecting what she should be. So we're going to explore the show, guys. And thank you again for Michael for the $20 super chat, brother. Thank you, brother. I really appreciate that. And like Mr. Parker said, entitlement, she's correct. A lot of it is entitlement, Ms. Parker. They want something for nothing. They want you to be the best without being the best themselves. They want you to serve them instead of them serving you. And because of that, so many black men don't know what their worth is. Some of you ladies out here that are listening have sons. Would you want your sons to be married to the typical modern woman of today? I think the answer is no. Because what are they bringing your son besides attitude, besides a woman that's had multiple kids by multiple men, and a woman that's had a lot of fun? So what is the incentive for a man to get married if he is the purchaser and she's the seller? Now, some of the women that are listening, you said you are Christians. And the gospel said clearly that the bride prepared herself for what? The bridegroom. Because she knew that she had to be ready or wife ready in order to get a husband. That was the old ways. Women had to be wife ready in order to get a husband, but most of the time they were virgins. I'm not saying you got to be a virgin. But some of these chicks out here have had a lot of fun. And they're still demanding traditional benefits. And what men are saying to hell with it. They're getting tired of it. They want women that can inspire them, women that can help push them to their greater objective. So like I said, guys, we're going to look at the evidence on tonight. Like Joel, the Miller child, said the only thing is sex, right, and kids. Right, I agree with you, brother. The Casual Observer says that a recruiting financial obligation in our community level. She's having your baby and then fleeing within a few years. Right, brother, I agree with you, Casual Observer. You're 100% correct. Tori said nothing. You are paying full price because you have been conditioned, like Dr. Tia Son Johnson said, to be a concuserve. A concubine for her sexual pleasure and a slave, which in essence diminishes your self-esteem. I created my own term called the commodification of subjugation, meaning a tool to be subjugated for her own use like toilet tissue, and also is based on her own selfish needs, called solipsism, the commodification of subjugation as it relates to solipsism. So I want to inspire you guys on tonight. I want you guys to realize that you are great, that you don't have to settle for mediocrity, that you need to erase that schema that you have that's caused you to have an affliction. That's why I did the series by my dear friend Al Grease called Degreasing. And he's going to be coming out at some point, and he'll be letting the world know about the new movie called Frustrated 3. When it comes out, I'll let you guys know. But black men are beginning to speak out. They're beginning to demand respect. They're beginning to demand power. But remember, guys, there are many simps that have been conditioned to be drones for the modern woman. And you guys know what a drone is. A drone is an insect or a worker bee. And his job is to serve the queen. I'm going to do a show on that at some point. She's the queen and he's the drone. He's goofy. You know, he just goes around serving the queen. The queen gives him direction and he serves her. And what you guys don't understand, in behavior modification, it must be an equilibrium. Now, you might say, what is an equilibrium? An equilibrium is when things are balanced. You benefit and she benefits. She serves you, you serve her. That's a mutual relationship. But the problem is now you got women coming in with less, demanding more. Tell me a time in human history where the delusion is at an all-time high. I came out of high school, guys, back in 1990. And coming out of high school in 1990, I remember a time when men had standards. There were certain things they didn't tolerate. They didn't tolerate a chick 600 pounds demanding that a man be small and in shape. But see, when men say, I want a woman to be fit, I want her to be kind, I want her to be spiritual, I want her to be in shape, I want her to follow my program, then the women say you're shaming people and your mom is black. But imagine we lived in a world when a man said, because I'm 5'8" or shorter, you're short shaming. Imagine, guys, if we lived in a world when a man would say that if your money is not on point, you're money shaming. Imagine we live in a world when a man say if your penis is not a certain length, you're phallus shaming. All of these idiosyncrasies are designed to keep you on the plantation. It's designed to keep you a slave and a servant. But I'm coming to liberate you guys on tonight because April Mason has proven herself to be a charlatan. And it's unfortunate because I really thought that April Mason, which I really didn't think so, I really thought April Mason was an advocate for black men, but April Mason is an advocate for herself. And let me tell you guys something. Listen, the greatest lie is a half-truth. And you might say, what do you mean by that? And I'm going to break it down for you. If I told you I had $1 million in the bank, you wouldn't believe that. That's a whole lie. But if I told you I had $50,000 in the bank, which is a half truth, meaning I might only have about 5 in the bank, you're more apt to believe that I got 50,000 in the bank versus if I said I had 100,000 in the bank. So a whole lie is not as bad as a half truth because a lot of times deception is worse when truth is mixed with error. And that's what April Mason is doing. She's mixing truth with error. And because we live in a time where people don't have discernment, they can't discern the truth from error, and they're not critical thinkers, they can't see through the shenanigans. But shout out to the person that was on the Lead Attorney show and also to my man SPK Speaks as he broke down the prognostication of April Mason. And every time I see these chameleons, guys, I'm going to expose them because I'm tired of men being manipulated. I'm tired of men being used. And why April Mason has a right to believe what she wants to believe, only you can decide if April Mason is worthy of her high and grandiose expectations. In the clinical world, guys, we call it delusions of grandeur, when they more or less elevate themselves at a level that's not based on reality. So once again, we're going to have a powerful show on tonight, guys. Share the content. Joel, the middle child, said if he's a pookie, he can borrow her car and crib. Sean Mao said lots of demands and no reciprocity. You're right, brother. You're 100% correct. Cedric Carson said it was called a scorned black man, a prick early by modern black women. I gave Kevin Samuels his flower for generating those conversations, calls on women to really think about men's perspectives, right? Because many times they don't think about a man perspective. They don't think about coming into a relationship ready to serve a man. Now I'm going to drop some fire for your mind again. To the women that say that they are Christians. If you're not a Christian, it's not referring to you. But the gospel said that the woman was made for the man. I'm going to say it again. The gospel say that the woman was made for the man. So if the woman was made for the man, how in the hell is she the prize? How is she the prize if the woman was made for the man? The gospel also says that Christ is the glory of God. And man is the glory of Christ, but woman is the glory of man because she was made for him to serve him in beauty and righteousness. And that man was also made to serve her. See, in a relationship, it's a symbiotic relationship. The man benefits and the woman benefits. And that's the way it was supposed to be. She serves him as his cheerleader, bone of his bone, flesh of his flesh. The man turns around and gives that woman his life and his provision. I don't endorse dusty men. I endorse real masculine men that work hard and they give their best. And then also, guys, April Mason said that, if you provide an environment for a woman, she will be feminine. And that's a myth. Because the imprint of a man is powerful. You can put lipstick and perfume on a pig, but it's still a pig. So until that person changed their thoughts and their mind, they will continue on that negative path of destruction. Shout out to the Casual Observer. Casual Observer said, super chat, black man academics bringing rigor and legitimacy. No doubt, brother. Thank you, sir. Shout out to Black Man 316. Keep telling the truth. No doubt, man. I got to keep dropping that fire for your mind. And I think you guys have been so consistent and generous in this journey of mine. I started this journey back in January, and it's been a lot of hard work, guys. It's a lot of work. You guys don't know the work that I put in behind the scene doing this work. But because I care about you guys, because I want to see you guys liberated, because I want to see good black women get good black men, then that's why I do what I do. And I'm going to keep doing it because you're not going to find another licensed therapist in this space that's going to give you this game like I'm about to give you on tonight. All right, so Carson, my man Cedric Carson said the queen is the most powerful piece, but the king is the most important. Right. The game is over once he's in checkmate. When the father is in the household, the family is broken. You're right, brother. You're right. And family is the most important thing. It's very important. Let's talk the Bell of Life. April Mason exposed herself on the lead attorney. You're right, brother. She exposed herself on the lead attorney. So, all right, guys, we're going to get into this discussion. And I'm going to get the clip from the lead attorney show. And we're going to ask ourselves the question, is April Mason struggling with unconscious pathologies? Is April Mason struggling, guys, with unconscious pathologies? And my man Anton said it better than me. Anton said, as I said before earlier, they eventually tell on themselves. And Anton was correct. So I want you guys to listen.
Come out and then try to come back in again. I will drop the link if you do.
And then after this expose, guys, I want you guys to come on. Let's have a conversation.
I don't want to do that. Let me see how we're doing. Struggle streaming already, guys. All right,
And during this show, guys, I might there might be times where I might have to advance the show. I might bring the clips up or down, but I want you guys to listen to this because somebody's right and somebody's wrong. Keep listening.
April, You might be frozen. All right. So if April wants, exactly right. If April wants to come back up. But this has been super, super interesting. Yes, the link is only for April. The link is only for April. Mientras, while we are waiting for her to come up, I do want just to thank everybody. You guys have been so supportive on
And guys, I was on this show with the lead attorney earlier before April Mason came on, but keep listening.
this stream, and we really got a lot to talk about, because where is the floor? Where is the floor if we can't even get a plate? You know, you guys will remember kind of what set this off when April was like, "No, I'm not going to really do this anymore." You know, she was talking about. Let me pull it back up here. Let's try this again. Let's try to add her to the stream.
Hey, darling.
All right, we can hear you. Thank you so much.
Okay,
April.
I saw what was going on. I have my YouTube app on and the live stream. I mean the link. Okay, so we should be good now. Let me run in this area.
No problem. No problem. And while you are getting yourself in all this beautiful light, let me kind of pull up what kind of set this off in the beginning, right? We this kind of set it off in the beginning, right? What we were looking at, and how you were talking about you had been helping women for over 10 years and some of the things that you had encountered. But, you know, we can read this on our own time, but I want to maximize the time that we have here with you. Kind of tell us firsthand about your experience. Tell, you know, some of my audience doesn't know who you are. So can you give us a little background about who you are, what you've been doing for Black women for so long, and then kind of the things that you've seen as time has gone on, some of the problems that you've encountered?
Well, one of the thing is I have been I started out. It's interesting how I got into the dating space. I believe that God gives gifts to who He chooses, and I just happen to be one that can hear the male and the female. And normally, when there's a conference, all-male conference, April Mason is normally on the panel of men because I can translate what the men are saying to the women and what the women are trying to say to the men. So it was just a gifting that happened, and I started seeing how we were shifting. So see, I'm one of those people that believe that. Wait, I don't even know your first name. What's your first name?
Just Lead. You can call me the lead attorney.
Okay, Lee. So Lee, what happened was I started noticing how we as women started to become the men.
Your audio sounds great. If you could stay right there.
Right there? Okay.
Yeah.
I'm just gonna stay right here.
Yeah.
I noticed that as women, women started to become the type of men that they were seeking.
So you want to know where to invest $1,000 right now? Well, forget about stocks, real estate.
Hold tight, guys. All these goofy commercials. Hold tight.
There is a little.
And what happened was
Wait. Let me just pause that for a second, because that's deep. You just said it like it was nothing, but hold on. You're saying women started to become the men that they were seeking. That's deep, right?
Yes. And so what happened was I was never raised in the strong, independent Black woman, household. That was not me. My mother, actually, it was the other way around for me. My mother actually married a man that could not honor her femininity. So what I did in turn was I went extremely hard, because I'm like, man, this fool, he played her. He did not treat her right. And my mother, I thought she was passive, not realizing she was what a feminine woman is. She just married a man that was not equipped to handle what came with that type of a woman. So I used to look at my mom as really soft at first, right? Until I got to my own understanding of what was actually, going on. So with that, I started getting into the dating space. My very first YouTube video on dating and femininity was back in 2010 or 11. So when everybody said, you the female this, you the female, no, I'm the only April Mason. I've been in this for a very long time. No comparison needed. Let us all have our own platforms. But what happened was I started to notice that women were more and more successful in business, but they couldn't get a quality date to save their life. So I started a matchmaking service back in 2012, baby. I closed it in 2013 because the expectations were so unreal. And what was happening was women were thinking, they were looking at themselves and at not, they weren't doing a panoramic view of themselves. It's equivalent to when I was married, and I got married in my 20s and divorced in my 30s. And I didn't realize that I was in a bad marriage until one day, or that I was depressed until one day, Lee, I actually walked in Walmart and I walked across the mirror, past the mirror, and I'm only 5'3", 5'4".
That's how we love them over here. We love the short women over here. We don't like them 5'10".
I'm a shorty. I'm a shorty over here. Normally my license say 5'4", but I walked past the mirror and I noticed I had got up to a size 16. Now, all my life I've been a size 6'8", even now. But it goes to say that's what I start seeing with women. They weren't realizing what was going on with them. See, I wasn't in tune enough with me to realize, April, you're not wearing jeans anymore. You're wearing jeggings. You're not looking at, you're wearing a medium, small, you used to wear a small, medium shirt, but now you're wearing an extra large and a 2X. So what we do is we still hold that image of ourselves as we want to see us, but we don't realize we're not as dope as we think we are.
Right.
And so I had to take a moment and say, wait a minute. And I can say this about myself. April, you become what I call a lard ass, is what I have become. And I said, okay, what do I need to do to shift this? I needed to get a divorce because I should have never been married in the first place. And I needed to learn how to love myself more so that when it was time for me to remarry again, I could choose a better partner. So that's how I really got really heavy into this work, because I actually went through it. Yes. And so, except from the strong part, I didn't come from a bunch of strong, independent women like that. I came from more of the feminine woman household, although, I had maybe one or two aunts that was a little.
And guys, I should have time-stamped this, but I didn't have the time. So guys, I might have to speed up the video some in certain parts, and we're going to discuss it. And then we're going to have a panel discussion from the men. And we're going to talk about the unconscious pathologies of April Mason and Western women, because it appears that April Mason was an advocate for black men. But when I heard some of her prognostications, it lets me know that she's been as influenced by Western thoughts like the typical woman. So keep listening, guys.
But overall, my overall upbringing was with more of the feminine energy woman that I looked at as something being weak, not realizing they just chose the wrong men to choose to cover them. The men that they chose could not cover them. And so for me, when I quit, me quitting was 2 years in the making. Wow. And I'll tell you this, over the last 2 years, although, people say, why would she close if she was, making money? No, it's very lucrative. Put it like this. I'm going to keep it at 1,000 with you. If you ever want to make a lot of money, join the dating industry and give women fluff. You see,
Derrick Jackson. We all know Derrick.
Now, she was correct about that, because we live in a world where our women have been conditioned to receive lies instead of hearing the truth. And that's why I said, guys, that April Mason can be dangerous, because April Mason mixes truth with error. Remember that a half truth is more dangerous than a whole lie, because a whole lie seems less plausible, but a half truth seems more plausible. And so, guys, April Mason is mixing a lot of truth with lies. But when you listen to April Mason closely, or not necessarily lies, but when you listen to April Mason closely, you see that she sees herself as better than. But when you look at the evidence, she's not. Many of these relationship coaches, men or women, are trying to sell game because they want to make money off of your ignorance and your brokenness. No different than some of these modern prosperity preachers. They want to make money off of your emptiness and your brokenness. That's why sometimes many of them shame guys for traveling abroad. I just got back from Brazil. Going to be in the movie, hopefully, with my man Al Greaves, Frustrated 3. And I'm going to tell you guys that there are better options abroad. Like my homeboy Al Greaves said, it's a global market. And so why would I shop at Piggly Wiggly when I can shop at Target? Why would I shop at Target when I can shop at Whole Foods? A man should have the right to get the best outcomes that he demands, because guess what? In the end, he has to pay for it. Not talking about dusty men, but I'm talking about good, righteous, honorable black men that are trying to do their best to take care of their families and to serve their communities. Keep listening. Hold tight, guys.
Jackson making bank.
I mean, it's not, because you got to remember, these women, a lot of these women, not all, of course, when I say these women, I'm not talking about everybody. I'm talking from an experience of over 10 years of this. Wow. So I've dealt with them from all different ranges, you know? So it's safe to say, for me to say, that when women came to me, they didn't come to me to become better. They came to me for a better, for access to a better penis. That's what they came to me for. So one of my best friend told me, he said, April, you're gonna have to disconnect or divorce yourself from their results. But I'm like, no, man, because this worked. It worked for me. It worked, you know, because I'm all excited. I'm like, yes. Girl, if you get yourself right, you do this, become the feminine woman for you first. The man is the byproduct. The man is not the reason why you're here. He is the byproduct. If you do these things, you know, you're not in a hurry to get married. Yeah. And so people would always ask me, how do you do what you do when you're not married? I said, because I am a walking example of what I teach. See, women, people think that the man is the validator. Although I love you guys. I love.
Well, that's where April Mason is wrong, because men are the validators. My dear friend, Sweet Lulu Bean, is from Africa. She hails from South Africa. And many women from other countries understand that the men are the validators. And that's what happens with April Mason and her pathologies, her unconscious pathologies. You can tell that April Mason has been influenced by Western thought, because April Mason said that men are not the validators, but she's a liar. Men are the validators, the men that have strong standards, the men that love themselves and know what their worth is. How in the hell can a woman determine what the market is if men are the buyers and she's the sellers? So men are the validators. She can be a prize in her head, but she's not a prize until a man put a ring on her finger. And I told you guys I'm going to do a show called Return of the Prize Catcher, because there was a time when black men were prize catchers. They demanded things from women. They did not accept the offer that a woman gave them. I remember a time, guys, growing up to the young old heads, that a woman had to be as chaste as possible, if not a virgin. My grandmother and my mother were one. She couldn't have kids by multiple men. She had to be wife ready. She had to be ready to serve you. And all this foolishness about, if you put a woman in a good environment, she'll be in her femininity. That's a lie. It's partially true, but it's not wholly true. Because once again, you can put perfume on a pig and lipstick, but it's still a pig. So I need you guys to keep listening, because April Mason is speaking half truth and whole lies. Keep listening, guys. Keep listening, because I'm about to shame the devil on tonight.
Of a man, just the way y'all walk and how y'all smell and just all of that, right? Mm-hmm. But you're the byproduct. See, women would think or question me, she don't have a husband, because I wasn't supposed to have a husband while I was going through developing who April was. If I would have remarried during that time, I would have been divorced again.
Let me go back though. Let me jump up, because that sounds deep. I've never heard anybody say that. When you say men are the byproduct, can you elaborate a little bit on that?
Okay, sure. What I mean by men is the byproduct doesn't mean that we don't need you. What it means is when you become a dope woman for yourself first, the type of man that you want will easily come along. So the man is the byproduct of you becoming a dope woman. You don't become a dope woman for the man. And so that's why a lot of men say, well, when I got with her, after I got her locked in, she changed. Yes, because she only was that to get you. She did not become.
It's another half truth. It's one thing to become a dope woman to only get a man if it's not genuine. It's another thing to become a dope woman if you're genuinely trying to be a great woman, regardless of the admonition of a man. Women that become dope women just for the sake of getting a man are actually charlatans, because it's not genuine. But a woman that's been conditioned to be a feminine and honorable woman because that's what she's been taught, because as the gospel said, let the older women teach the younger women, then that's the right thing to do. Some women by nature are just good women. If I see an old woman walking across the street, I'm going to help her in the car. I'm going to open the door. If I see somebody that needs help, I'm going to give them money. I don't do it based on conditions. It's just who I am. So all this stuff about being a dope woman, that's like a man saying, I'm going to be a masculine man for the right woman. Men are not like that. We just become masculine because that's who we are. We take care of because the masculine is doing and the feminine is being. And she said a talking point that I said in the past. But you guys are going to see that April Mason is more or less has a lot of unconscious pathologies. And what she did as the show go on, she is doing what a lot of women do. It's called the mistering of the black man. They accuse black men of all the ills and the wrongs of this world, not understanding that black men and the abuse that some of the black men went through was trauma unresolved. That's why I said, leave Mr. alone. Because we don't know if Mr. went through trauma. We don't know if Mr. saw his dad get killed. We don't know if Mr. was impacted by Jim Crow racism. But we always by default see black men as bad. And I'm tired of it. So keep listening, guys, because this is going to be a good show on tonight.
So in my dating academy, I used Teach Me How to Date as the bait. That was the sugar to get them in there. Women that actually did the work in my dating academy will tell you, my whole life changed. My money changed. I got that promotion on my job. So I just had to use the man as the bait to get them to know themselves better, because women aren't doing that for real. Yes, women are going to more conferences. Yes, women are picking up more, books to read, but they're not doing the hard work to transform. It's difficult to go through the emotional pain that comes with change. I had to realize I wasn't as dope as I thought I was. I'm like, oh, I'm fine. But that was on the outside. Your end result will always tell you how dope or how dope you're not.
Mm-hmm. Because when you said men are the byproduct, because the more dope a woman becomes, maybe the better the man that she can pull can be. Like, I resonate with that. I think I like that. But then when you kept going, you were talking about women making money more on their job, women getting these promotions.
If she is dope for the wrong reasons, guys, it's not going to last long. If she's being dope for the right reasons, then it will last. But many times, most Western women are not dope for the right reasons because they see most men as a ends to a means. Guys, I need you to listen. Understand this. Women by nature want provision, protection, security, and maintenance. This is in their nature. And there's nothing wrong with that. It's nothing wrong with a woman wanting provision, security, maintenance, and protection. But watch this, guys. There's a such thing called carnal hypergamy, and there's another term that I created called kosher hypergamy. I didn't come up with the word hypergamy or hypergamy. It's part of Greek folks' law. Rollo Tomasi talked about it extensively in his book, and you have many men in the community using this. Kosher hypergamy, based on the Levites, is fit and proper. It's not exploitative. When a woman say, I just want a man to love me, provide for me, help me, guide me, and be a great man, it's nothing wrong with that. That's fit and proper, because women should be hypergamous to a degree. But when hypergamy manifests itself to the point that it's trying to use a man, and say she got a man that makes $100,000, she said he's not good enough, so I want a man that makes $200,000. He's not good enough. I got a man that's 6 feet, but he got to be 6'5". He's not good enough. And she keeps going on and on and on because she has no character. That's when it becomes dangerous. And just like women have standards, men should have standards. Men want women that are fertile. Men want women that are chaste, meaning she hasn't been ran through. Men want women that are ready to serve him and serve his mission. Men want women that can give him peace. Men want women that can serve him when he needs to be served. And what women don't understand, if you serve that man, then that man will turn around and serve you. The gospel said it better than I could say it. The great prophet Jesus said, if I be lifted up from the earth, I'll draw all men unto me. And so when you lift a man up, guess what? That man is willing to serve you. Men by nature want to serve. It's in our nature. The masculine is doing and the feminine is being. Men want to serve. It's in their nature. But so many men have been raised by single parent mothers that they are simps. They don't even know they're simps. They're unconscious simps, which basically means they supplement irrational male patterns. That's an unconscious simp. And because many of our women in America have narcissistic traits, they tend to adhere to those kind of men. That's why most masculine women tend to draw beta males. They repel masculine men because a masculine man like me, women like that, they will get checked. I don't care about your money. Your money means nothing to me. If you're going to be my woman, you're going to serve me in the beauty of righteousness. I don't give a damn about your money. You're not going to take it with you. So what are you offering me as a woman besides your vagina? And I would say many times nothing, because you're not getting the virgin with the modern woman. So what are you getting? Nothing. That's why when you go to African country, you have to pay a dowry, because you know that you're getting a woman that's wife ready, that's pure, and she's ready to serve you as a man. That's why I tell men it's time for black men to start demanding what they're worth. It's time for black men to return to their rightful place as kings. It's time for black men to be prize catchers. Because see, our women need to be humble because they think that they're better than what they really are. And so many of you guys are good guys, but your self-esteems have been beaten down by some of these crazy women in America. That's why I'm telling you guys to start loving yourself. Start doing the shallow work. Start writing in your journal so you can uncover so that you can recover. Keep listening.
And that's where a lot of men would be like, well, you know,
okay, let me explain that.
Okay.
I'll explain it to you. So this is what I mean. I teach living a feminine lifestyle. Living a feminine lifestyle means even when you go to work, your energy is you're dominant in the feminine, not necessarily the masculine all day. So although we have several family businesses and I'm the CEO of a couple of them, and then I have a 27-year-old daughter and my 25 and 23-year-old sons, they run the business with me as well. However, I intentionally only give 10 to 15% of my masculine energy to my business every day. Mm-hmm. That means I'm allowing myself a cap so that I can make sure that I am not throwing myself as in the masculine energy as my dominant. There's nothing wrong with a woman being successful at all. It's how she operates in the energy of her success.
Right. Do you think there's a risk in becoming successful? For example, let's just take a quick look at what you were saying that you're starting to see a lot more. You know, you were saying, well, you know, however, the majority of women that come to you have unrealistic expectations. You were saying the selfishness, fake everything. They think they should be chosen because they have a vagina and for the good looks. The entitlement, you know, just mean not knowing the difference between being a woman and a wise woman, not knowing how to be versus do. Thinking that being a feminine woman is weak or a pick-me, placing blame and not taking responsibility or accountability for the choices that they've made in men. And do you think that this is also a byproduct of women becoming more dope? Now they're saying, hey, well, I can now have expectations that are higher, maybe to the extent that they're unrealistic. Maybe I don't want to take blame for anything because I'm so dope. Do you see this as a risk of being more dope?
It's only a risk when women use those things as their validator.
Shout out to my brother for the $2 super chat. Shout out to my man Teddy KGB. No doubt, brother. Thank you. This is next level game. Much love and blessings, guys. At some point, I'm going to get a Patreon. I'm not going to keep giving this game away from free, but because I love you guys, I'm giving you guys a dose of what's going to happen in the future. To the 63 people that are watching, guys, please share the content. I love you guys. It's going to be a great show tonight. Please share the content. Let's get this stream up to 100 tonight. Please share this content. Let's liberate as many brothers as we can. Keep listening. And also, I want to give a shout out to my man, Jay Daniel. He said SYSBM for the $5 super chat. Much love and blessings, brothers. Keep listening because this is going to be a fire show. Keep listening.
See, I teach the complete opposite. See, my success, like, everybody was like, oh my God, I saw you at the Rick Ross Boss Up conference. You were like right in the front. How did, you paid $25,000 to get it into the room, right? Yeah, I did. I was one of like 5 women out of maybe 40, 50 men. My resources got me in the room. The feminine woman kept me in the room. 2 different things. Right. So a woman can be successful, and I advocate for women to be successful because a lot of our mothers, although they were more on the submissive side, we don't talk about the abuse that they were dealing with at the hands of the men back then, right? Because they didn't have any resources to say,
And see, guys, that's the mystery of the black man. She always goes back to this default setting. Many women do. They talk about the abuse that black men impact upon them. But you see, guys, I've heard guys say this over and over again, that some of our women, not all, are agents of white supremacy. They always talk about the abuse that black men impacted upon black men. But did anybody ever take the time to think that black men were also muse as well? Did they think about the abuse that black men went through with being called boy? Did they think about the abuse that black men went through by not being able to get jobs? I heard BGS Edmore say this one time, and he said that, some black women always wanted to be like Miss Ann. But we never talk about the trauma that Mr. went through. We always color black men as something negative. We never think about the pathologies of the black man and the pain that black men went through. And she, like many Western women, always go back to that default setting talking about abuse. But they never talk about the struggles of maybe that man seeing his mom get killed or his dad get killed. We don't talk about that. We don't talk about all the things that black men went through. Many black men put their women through school and they stayed on the farm. But we always take the time, guys, to denigrate black men. We don't think about the sacrifices of men like Crispus Attucks being the first mercenary to get killed in the Revolutionary War. We don't think about the service of the black men that built the chain gang and built the railroads that gave the women the freedoms that they have. We don't think about the black soldiers that died in World War II. We don't think about the black soldiers that were suffering PTSD coming down and back from Vietnam. We don't talk about that. It's always a victim mindset and a default setting. But I'm going to say it tonight. It's time for the prize catchers to return back to their place of dominion. It's time for the prize catchers to return back to their place of power. It's time for black men in America to damn and start demanding power. Black men and white men and all men. It's time for us to start demanding what our rightful place in this world is, because we created the world that you guys are living in now. Black men created this world. This world was built off the backs of black men. And I'll be damned I'm going to keep letting women like April Mason continue to castigate the name of black men in America. I don't appreciate it. Keep listening.
I'm going to leave this abuse. I'm going to leave, whether it's emotional, mental, abuse. I'm not really being loved. I'm just being provided for, but at what cost? So there is that balance. It's not this or that. It's this and that. So a lot of times people want us to go back to our, the women back in the 40s and 50s. I don't want us to go back there in all ways, because we were not treated equally as far as human beings. I don't think men and women are equal from the stand. I think we are both equal human beings, but even God created us to where we are different, and our differences is what.
And see, what April Mason guys don't understand is this: domestic issues are not just endemic to black men and black women. Listen, when I came back from Brazil, some of the natives told me men that don't take care of their kids, those men have multiple women. And a lot of those men and a lot of women in other countries actually suffer from many things. If women really knew what they're worth, how well they're treated in America, my man Aguapo said it. If they really knew how well they're treated in America, they would value black men more. Black men are some of the kindest, most egalitarian men that you're going to meet. That's why black men are loved throughout the world, because we have been conditioned to be suckers for love. We have been conditioned to serve. We have been conditioned to be slaves. That's why when we travel abroad, women fall in love with us, because we have big hearts, the majority of us. I'm not saying you got some dusty ones in the group, but we have been conditioned to serve women. We have been conditioned to please our women. We have been conditioned to want to be the best lovers, because many times we don't get the best in our women here in America. So when I hear this goofiness by April Mason, like I said, April is mixing truth with error. And that's why April Mason's message is very dangerous and on many points disingenuous, but also unconscious, as an ego defense mechanism called repression. Keep listening.
Makes us drawn to one another. But I have no problem with a woman being in business or being a successful woman. It's how she does what she does. That's why I trademarked the feminine CEO. That means I'm a woman doing business, not a businesswoman. A businesswoman puts the business before the woman. So that's what I teach my women, that my tribe, that go ahead and go make your money. But understand, these alpha men, these protectors, providers, these men that don't want you to go 50-50, although you're successful and you became self-sufficient for yourself, that type of man don't need you for what you're selling him.
Right.
So now,
and see, guys, she keep talking about men that don't want go 50-50. Listen, in theory, a man should pay 100% of the bills. In theory, he should. But once again, what does he get in return? Is he getting a virgin? Is he getting a woman that don't have kids by multiple men? Is he getting a woman that's wife ready? And I'm going to say, hell no. So to some of the women that think they deserve a man to pay all the bills, what are you giving him? Because many of you guys have had a lot of fun. Many of you got multiple kids by multiple men. So what is that man getting in return? Because in fair exchange, guys, there is no robbery. So if you get a man, and don't get me wrong, I don't mind paying all the bills, but you got to give me something. Because if I'm going to pay all the bills, you better make sure you meet my demands as a woman, or we're going to prorate this ish. It's going to be prorated. You're not going to get everything you want because you were made to serve me. And if you take care of me, guess what? I'm going to take care of you by giving you my life, my provision, my time, my body. But black men, once again, your self-esteem is so low, guys. Y'all just tolerate anything, man. Y'all tolerate anything. Y'all waste y'all time listening to some of these goofy game coaches trying to teach you game. Who in the hell gives a damn about game where women are not even high-quality women? Some of them, not all. Because there's some good women that are, that are in the bushes that need to be wifed up. There's some decent sisters that are good women. And guys, sometimes we get too mesmerized by a big butt and a smile. There's some good sisters that should have been wifed up. And some of us men, sometimes we abuse them. But by and large, I think there are more decent black men to go around than sadly some of our women. Because many of our women have not been conditioned to be wives. But men are still conditioned to be traditional. And it's a shame. Keep listening.
Now that you understand this, what are you going to do to become more of the divine feminine energy woman? They don't want to do that part because to them it feels weak. But you're coming to the table saying, I want this high 6, 7, 8 figure earning man. And when I ask you what you bring to the table, the first thing you name is your degree. I know how to cook, all of the other stuff that they don't care about. Men with money, men with means, don't care if you really, you can cook, that's fine, but they can hire a chef. Everything that you're saying that you can do, they can hire somebody to replace what you do. So when you move the corporate ladder or get successful in your business, that does not mean you don't be the woman. And a lot of times, especially our men, they say they want this type of woman, but they don't create an environment for that woman to actually be.
Same or next day doctor's appointments, in person or online.
Drab mint. Fancy mint. Icebreaker smooth. Fancy.
Hold tight, guys. These darn commercials are a headache. Hold tight, guys.
Which came first?
Oh my God, man. These commercials are annoying.
We believe they both can.
Because they're so used to doing. When they say, I want to...
So listen to what April Mason said. She said, a man got to put a woman in an environment so she can be. Now watch this, guys. If a woman had been negatively imprinted by multiple men, I'm talking about dusty men that lied to her, broke her heart, or gave her toe-curling orgasms, you can put her in the perfect environment all you want to. It's not going to mean she's going to be more or less reciprocate and serve you. What April Mason is teaching is called conditional femininity, and she's teaching theory. Now, I'm going to drop some fire for your mind. I need you guys to listen. I'm about to drop some fire for your mind for the ones that believe in theology. If you don't believe in the theology, it doesn't apply to you. Your
culture, mission.
Well, according to theology, in the millennial kingdom, when the prophet Jesus reigns for 1,000 years, Jesus is going to present an environment of peace for all mankind for 1,000 years. But after that 1,000 years, according to the gospel, the enemy is going to be loosed. And after that, there are going to be some and many that are going to rebel, even though they were in a perfect environment, in a perfect condition. So I said all that to say this: it's the nature of mankind to be selfish. Putting a woman in a good environment is not going to always guarantee her to be feminine. It's a myth. Should a man strive to put a woman in the right environment? Yes. But what is she giving him back in return? Is she giving him cooperation? Is she giving him respect? Is she giving him obedience? Because that dirty word obedience was something that was in the vows years ago. Because if you believe in what the gospel say, Titus 3:5, it's a wife, obey your husbands. But see, you got a lot of women that I call Christian feminists. They are conditional Christians. They're only Christians when it benefits them. And that's why men are so frustrated with the modern church, but also they're frustrated with the modern woman. Because see, I was a superintendent in church years ago. I grew up Church of God in Christ, and while I may not live out the mandates of the gospel like I used to, unless I be a hypocrite, I remember a time when women were or strive to be good women. But there's no accountability now because these clown preachers are so hell-bent on taking money and telling women lies, they don't tell them the truth. And so that's a condition that you have now. This, put him in a good environment. Can you imagine if a guy said that he'll be masculine if he's in a good environment? If he's in a home where the woman's cooperative, he can be in his masculinity. Meaning when he come home, she's loving him, giving him sex, and taking care of him. And to all the women that always say, well, I got to cook too. I'm not against a man helping you out from time to time because times have changed. I'm not against that. But watch this. If you want that man to help you cook, clean, and do all of that, make sure you help him cut grass. Make sure you help him change oil, making sure that y'all taking turns when the tire get broken down and y'all getting out of the car both and changing the tires. See, I'm an old school traditional. I don't mind doing traditional stuff like changing tires, cutting grass, fixing things in the house, paying for all the maintenance of the house and also for the cars. I don't mind doing it. But guess what? It's going to come with a price. Because, see, guys, I never understood when women complain about cooking. If you're a single woman, you're going to cook anyway. You're going to cook anyway if you're a single woman. If you're not spending money, if you got children, you're going to cook for your kids unless you're wasting money. So I never understood the argument about women saying, I'm tired, I got to cook. Just stay single. That's all you got to do is stay single and cook for yourself and cook for your children. By Raekwon the Man. That's all you need to do. Because you're going to cook anyway. And that's the least you can do for a noble man. I'm not talking about a dusty man that's sitting on his ass playing PlayStation and playing Madden and expecting you to do all the work. I'm talking about a decent brother that works hard. He got a good heart. He loves you, and he's willing to serve you with his life and also with his resources and his provision. I'm talking about good men, not dusty men, because there's some dusty men out here too, and I don't mind calling them out. But it's a shame that some of these women are so conditioned to think they deserve better. They see men as less than, and I'm tired of it.
Strong woman like my mom. Well, what was your mother's quality of life? Did she work 4 and 5 jobs? There's no way I could be with a man that wanted me to work every day, take care of the kids, and be his sex kitten, his sexy vixen, his confidant, his peaceful place, and all of those things. Mm-hmm. So that's why I tell women, you got to decide on what kind of man that you want and understand not all of them, but the majority of that kind will have a certain criteria that they look for in a woman. So if you're looking for a high 6, 7, 8-figure earning man, please understand he don't need you for your degree. He don't need you for your good credit. He doesn't need you for those things.
Shout out to my man Tim Howard for the $20 super chat. Tim is a genius. I love Tim. Tim always holds me down, man. I really appreciate it, Tim. I didn't know if I had a moderator on tonight, but you came through, brother, and I appreciate it, guys. So keep listening. I'm not going to keep interrupting the stream with the super chats. Once the stream is over, I will announce the super chat, guys. Thank you for all the love and support. Keep listening.
Let me ask you. So I totally agree with what you're saying. These men who are making, 6, 7, 8 figures. But it seems to me that if the average black man, let's say in the United States, is making, let's say, $45,000 a year, then the black men who are making 6, 7, and 8 figures, those are very few in number. How is it that all this mass of black women can get these very few black men at the top?
They can't. And the reason why, and this is the reason why I use those 6, 7, 8 figure men, because they don't come to me for the $40,000, $50,000 a year men. And there's some great guys, because I always tell them, they're like, I want a high value man. I said, what's your definition of a high value man? Immediately they start with the money and the success, right? I'm like, there's a difference between a high value man and a high earning man. You're listing a high earning man. A high value man can make $40,000, $50,000 a year and having character, integrity. He can have spirituality. He can be a good protector and provider. And when your feminine energy being behind connects with him, your job is to amplify and multiply. And at the same time, he will go out and dominate in the world. And now next thing you know, he making $200,000 a year. But nobody wants to start right there. But these are normally the women that, now I will say this, there is a caliber of woman that's supposed to start at the 6, 7, 8 figure. She understands her position, right?
Yeah.
That's not the majority.
Right. And so one of the first things that you mentioned in your post was the unrealistic expectations.
Yeah.
Now, I think women can do a lot of things that can improve their value, right, to men. And you mentioned one when you first got on, we were talking about the weight issue. Why, for a man, you can't even, as a man, I can't even start a conversation about a woman's weight, right? But you would think that you as a woman could be able to broach that. But it seems to me that even if you tried to get black women to lose weight, let's say a black woman is 250 pounds, you try to get her to lose weight, it seems like you're going to get some pushback on Facebook and IG and things of that nature. Where is that coming from?
Well, here's the thing. Like, what I do is cause them to look in the mirror. So they come to me for this higher 1 to 10% of Black men is what they come to me for.
Mm-hmm.
Now I hang out with those men. A lot of those men are single, right? And I get to hear, because what people didn't know, behind the scenes for the last 10 years, I've been the relationship dating coach to a lot of your favorite male celebrities. So I'm around them all the time. I just didn't push that because that was not my focus. It kind of happened by accident. And so now they're coming even harder. So I'm able to speak from that level of man, right? The reason why I always use the 6, 7, 8-figure man and I don't really touch on the average guy is because I want women to see what they're asking for. Meaning, these guys that y'all looking for, they don't want red hair.
Talk about
They
it.
don't want blondes. and you know your chocolate is me. That's not what they want. They don't want long fingernails. They don't want a lot of different colors. Pink.
And ladies, that's what I've told you guys over and over again. Men want Black women. We want women with natural hair. We want fit women. In countries like Africa and in countries like Brazil, fitness is important because those women have to compete because it's beauty density. But so many times in America, many of our women don't want to compete for you guys because they don't see you as worthy. And I'm telling you guys, because you set the market and you set the market price, she can sell you a product, but you don't have to buy it. That's how capitalism works. And just like capitalism works as it relates to commodities and goods, capitalism should also work as it relates to relationships. You need to start demanding better from these women, because if you start demanding better, they're going to either do one or two things. They're going to step their game up, or they're going to be singing that damn song by Patti LaBelle, I'm on my own. They're going to be singing it. So men, you set the parameters, the barometer. You set the parameters for the relationship. You set it. And once you start demanding it, eventually women will start giving you better. Do I think it's going to happen this lifetime? No. But to the next generation, I'm giving you guys this game so we can start a new legacy of Black men that are prize catchers. So like I said, guys, I'm going to do a show on that called Return of the Prize Catcher. If you hear anybody else saying that, you'll know they got it first from me. But I'm going to do a show called Return of the Prize Catcher. Keep listening.
Neutral colors is fine. They don't want all of the extra eyelashes and all of that stuff now, right? So when I make them have to look in the mirror at what they're asking for versus what those men, I said, you got to understand, those men have a list too. I'm around them all the time. Like, I was in Miami a couple of weeks ago, and they asked me to go to the strip club. I go to the strip club with some of the fellas because that's their environment. That's where they want to talk. So I'm sitting there, they're giving out dollars while they're telling me, but hey, Miss April, she broke my heart, right? So I'm able to hear the hurt, right? What ends up happening is when I'm sitting there having these conversations with them, these men have a criteria as far as what they're looking for. But I always tell them, but until your palate change, you can't attract that kind of woman anyway.
Right.
So fellas, it's a dual thing.
So do you think though, let's get specific though, and let's talk about the weight, because that seems to be a very big issue.
That's what I was getting to.
Oh, sorry about that.
I was getting to. So I'm out, people seeing this, right? And these women are asking me, oh, can you hook me up with this or that one? I have to be honest, you're not small enough.
Wow.
Oh, what do you mean? I'm very blunt with it, because the men that they're asking me for to find and where do they hang out at, I have to.
And God, that's what's happening. Many women want taxation without representation. They want the top tier men without having to put in the work. If every woman got married today, 2 million women still would be single in the Black community. So how are you going to get those top tier men if you're not even worthy of those men? And that's the delusion of so many Western and modern women. Keep listening.
To tell them this is not what they want. I said, you got to understand, a man of that caliber, that means he's driven. That means he's a hunter. That means legacy is important to him. That also means he wants a woman that he can take around his colleagues and family. And it also means that you don't understand that a man gets major props for the type of woman that he has on his arm. Beyonce said, and upgrade you, take me just to compliment the deal, meaning her presence complements the deal, because people are looking at the business meeting, if he got her, He must got something going on. I need to sit down and talk to this man. Even if it might not even necessarily be true, but it's the perception.
Yeah.
So when I have to talk to them about that, I'm like, in your mind, you're looking at your accomplishments saying, I deserve this. But that man will take a waitress that's a smaller woman that keep herself together. Not saying everybody got to be a size 6 or 8.
And guys, she's partially right. Men tend to marry down and women tend to marry up. But you heard what April Mason said. That's the ongoing word of a woman that has narcissistic traits. She say, I deserve. I deserve. But what makes her inherently worthy of deserving a top tier man? Nothing. Your grandmama was a pick-me. Your great-great-grandmama was a pick-me because they know that they had to bring something to the table. They brought their virtue to the table. They didn't count it robbery to fix a man a pie or to cook a pie or to more or less have a clean house. They would tell the man, come in and have something to eat because they knew that there was service if she wanted the ring. But these chicks now don't think they got to do anything but give a man some vagina that she gave to Raekwon the Man for free. And that's the great conundrum and conniption of the modern woman, and many black men are getting tired of it. And I told you guys, I'm going to liberate as many black men as I can, white and black. We're going to break these schema afflictions that so many of you brothers are dealing with. Keep listening.
Like me or size 2, you can even be a size 12, 14 and keep it together. It's all about how you are put together, right?
Mm-hmm.
But he'll take her making $10,000 a year because she knows what it means to be a woman.
Exactly. So what's the pushback then to losing the weight? Is it laziness, or is it the fact they feel like they can just do it at size 25? Is it interesting?
It's delusion.
Where is that delusion coming from? What's the basis of it? Is it, a lot of women will say, oh, well, my best friend weighs 250 pounds and she's got a good man. Is that the source of, what's the source of the delusion?
The source of, we're not dealing with our emotions. See, a lot of women are overweight, and even men, because we're not dealing with the source. The source is emotion. Emotional eating, not healing yourself. Food has become your healer, right? When you're sad because it's the holiday time and you're alone again, right? What you do, you pick up the food and you eat. So we have to deal with the core issues. It's not, nobody wants to walk around just being overweight and knowing that it's causing them not to get the results that they want. So we have to really look at the deeper issue. So sis, what is the deeper issue? Let's talk about your childhood. I've had clients leave that.
Now, guys, April Mason is correct. Most people that have been traumatized tend to be emotional eaters. She's correct in that. That's why I say her message is dangerous, because it has truth and error. But here's the hypocrisy of April Mason once again. Did she not understand that men that have been through trauma, not only do they eat, but sometimes they turn to violence. Sometimes they turn to hypersexuality. Sometimes men have been abused, they abandon their families, or they have been through trauma, they abandon their families. Sometimes they become abusive. Sometimes they become depressed and they isolate themselves. Sometimes they like the energy to become men because they've been through trauma. But you see how she more or less coalesced or more or less affirmed the trauma of women, but she didn't give a damn about the trauma of the men that she's talking about. She don't know what her dad went through, because I said in the past that a broken man is a hopeless man. And a hopeless man is a very dangerous man. Men that have been through trauma are broken. Therefore, they are hopeless. Therefore, if it's not treated, they will explode if they're not dealing with the implosion of the mental pathology that they are dealing with. So April Mason is speaking what Harry Potter called possum mouth. Possum mouth was the language of the serpent. And that's why sometimes women like April Mason can be dangerous, because she's speaking truth with error. That's why you have to listen to what she's saying. And that's why once you take the red pill, you see things for what it is. At her core, she's still a Western woman talking about virtue. And a lot of these dating coaches are the same way. They don't give a damn about some of you brothers. They're just trying to make a profit. They don't care about you. They know some of you are socially awkward, and they're profiting off of your pain. But I'm not going to profit off of your pain. I'm going to give you clinical expertise. And what I'm giving you is things from a clinical perspective, not BS opinion or anecdotal evidence. I'm giving you things based on a licensed clinical therapist with a background in law enforcement and also teaching. So that's what you're getting from me. Keep listening.
gain weight as a child and still carrying the weight in their 50s because they gained weight as a child because they were being molested by their fathers. So they felt like if I become overweight and, disgusting looking, this is what they would say, then he would leave me alone. Not realizing you in your 40s.
But does April Mason talk about the molestation that black men went through by their mothers or by their mothers' boyfriends or their babysitters? Listen, guys, I'm telling you, I've dealt with black men in practice. Some of the black men I talked to private or non-diagnostic consultations, they were molested by women. But we don't want to talk about that. Michael Jackson said it better than me. He said they don't really care about us. Anytime black men go through pain, we're supposed to suck it up and deal with it because people don't see black men as human or men as human, black or white. They see us as robots. Women can be human beings. Men are just human doings. All automatons. They don't have feelings. They don't have heart. They're like the Tin Man. Many see black men and all men as tin men. No heart. Just work, work, work till you damn die. That's why when you look in the old folks' home, you don't see a lot of men. It's a bunch of old women in the old folks' home because all the men are dead due to stress. And some are because they didn't take care of their health because they smoked or they ate the wrong foods. But sometimes, guys, they do that because it's based on unresolved trauma. Men deal with vicarious trauma too, but we don't want to talk about that. Keep listening.
The 50s now, and you're still carrying the weight, not just the physical weight, but the mental and emotional weight from what you did back in the day. I understand it, but we got to let it go. And also, having unrealistic expectations. A lot of women think that because they can bring to the table what a man can bring, that makes them quality. And it doesn't. It doesn't qualify you for that kind of man because you're not studying him. I always studied the man that I was with because at the end of the day, if I'm saying I'm going to be a woman that makes the house a home and I'm still run my businesses, but my main job is being his wife, I need to study like I'm in a college course, this man.
Yes.
Because when I study him, I can give him what he needs, and in return, it keeps my life light. It keeps me still going to the spa. Because I go pick flowers, Lee, and I go to the strawberry farm and pick strawberries, but I can still run my businesses. But it keeps me light. It keeps me fun. It keeps me youthful. It keeps me living a very sensual and sexual life because I don't have that weight.
Right. And when it seems to me, when you say, you study him, what that sounds to me is like you're putting.
Shout out to my man, MC Recovery Wellness and Relapse for the $10 super chat. April Mason seems to switch. Real black women don't have trauma. I'm doing this on my next videos. Emotional unmanageability of recovery of your fire. Shout out to that brother for the $10 super chat. Thank you, brother. And we keep listening, guys. It's going to be a great show. We're going to have a discussion.
Effort, right?
Yes.
And when a woman doesn't go to the gym, it's not a lot of effort. When a woman doesn't even want to make you a plate, it seems like some type of conservation of energy where they just don't want to put forth any effort. Were you seeing that in some of your clients?
Yes.
That they didn't want to put forth a lot of effort to get the man that they said that they wanted, that they said was the priority. Right.
That's what they do. And what's interesting is the list. It's almost like an entitlement, Lee, is what it is. And it's like, okay, since I understand, we have been raised as women that we are the prize and all this wonderful stuff. And I get it. And I believe it. However, there's a
April, it's wrong. You are not the prize. What marries you is being the prize. Guys, see, this is kind of stuff that burns me up. You hear what April said? She said that they are the prize, but they're not the prize. She can be the prize in her head, but she's not the prize by default. Can you imagine if a man sold a car and he sold that car, he said that car is worth $1 million, but that car has bad tires, a bad transmission, it haven't been washed, it got crumbs in it from Raekwon and Man's children. But then the person that owns the car said that car is the prize, but they want to sell that car to a top tier person that more or less, that's a car dealer. That car dealer going to look at that person like they're a damn fool. You don't get to set the market. Men set the market. Men are the prize catchers. You are not the prize unless that man deems you to be a prize. A woman that's a one, she can't get a one unless that man deems her to be a one. Now, somebody could argue, well, that man got to be something too. That might be true. But because men are the arbiters of relationships, men determine who they marry. If a woman is a one, that man is a one, and that man that's a one say he don't want her, that woman can keep chasing out the waterfalls all she want to. Her level is only a one because water seeks its own level. Shout out to Ron Wills and BGS. Water seeks its own level. And so if that man don't see you as better than a one, you're just a one. That man can increase his value or his sexual market value over time by working out, by eating clean, by increasing his finances, and by traveling abroad. But as women get older, their virtue begins to diminish unless she has something outside of her beauty that can be an asset to a man and his empire. So all this BS that April Mason is talking about, she's the prize. She's not the prize. How can a 46-year-old woman that's damn near close to 50 with 3 kids by 2 different men be the prize? I don't care how much money she got. Men don't marry women for their money. Even she said that. So how is she the prize, guys? How is she the prize? April Mason will be a nobody in other countries. She will be a nobody in Brazil. She'll be a nobody in Africa and countries like Ghana and Nigeria, because the women over there are stacked. They're fine. She will be a nobody in South Africa. She'll be a nobody in other countries where the women are known to be corpulent hips. Having a big butt and nice corpulent breasts is normal in a West African country. It's the norm. That's why guys don't trip on it. Even in Brazil, it's normal. They don't trip over big butts because you see them all the time. But you got a woman that's damn near close to 50 years old with 3 kids by 2 different men talking about she's the prize. You are not the prize, April Mason. You're the prize if the man deems you prize worthy. You are not the prize. And when men start setting standards again, that's when men gonna start getting the outcomes that they want. I'm so sick of these average and subpar women damn it thinking they're the prize. You're not the prize because you couldn't touch your grandmother and your great-grandmother. She can't even touch her mom because her mom was still a feminine woman even though she was going through pain. It takes a strong woman to be feminine even though she's going through. The gospel talks about the quiet woman. A woman that can be quiet is actually stronger than a woman running her big mouth. That's a strong woman, a woman that can remain feminine under fire. So April Mason, we're going to rebuke the devil and shame on tonight because you are not the prize. Keep listening, guys.
Certain thing called reciprocation.
Mm-hmm.
Okay?
Mm-hmm.
It's something called taking care of your man too. You know, a lot of women don't even know how to court a man while she's dating him.
Right.
They don't know how to do that. And as soon as I say court, oh, ain't nobody chasing no man and blah, blah. It has nothing to do with that. It has everything to do with paying attention. Like, there was somebody I was seeing. We were on the phone and he was telling me, we were talking about something. He said, April, one day we need to play some Monopoly. We need to, some sock 'em boppers, a little fun game. We need to play that and whatnot. Well, out of the clear blue, I mailed him the sock 'em bopper game. It cost me $19.99 on Amazon.
Mm-hmm.
Women would say, oh, I can't believe you bought him that. I just tapped into his little boy. I just let him know that I heard him. I just let him know that I cared enough to stop my day to put an order on Amazon for something as simple as sock 'em bopper game from his youth. It was that simple.
Yes. Let me ask you this, because a lot of men, it seems like if we mention anything about anything, it's either we're shaming women or we're not being sensitive. We're not understanding where women are coming from. But if you are talking to a man and he's not getting a lot of cooperation, would you suggest that the man communicate to the woman and saying, hey, I want this or that? Or do you think it's kind of, there's not much that a man can do when women have this type of mentality that they're really not going to put forth a lot of effort in their relationships? I guess what I'm asking is, can a man say anything to get women to put forth more effort? Can he communicate something to these women so that they will put forth more effort on a consistent basis? Not a one-time thing on this Tuesday, but week after week, month after month. Is there something a man can say to get the woman to click, to say, hey,
that's funny. One of my friends asked me that about a girl he was dating a couple of years. He said, hey, what do I get to get her to change? How do I get her to change? What do you do to get a woman to change? I said, oh, that's easy. He said, well, what do I say? I said, you don't. You get a different woman. That's more collaborative. You don't. You don't. Because a relationship has to do with two people giving the best of themselves. right?
Mm-hmm.
And so you don't change them. You go get
Now, April is right on that. April is right.
That you got to start picking better women. That plays a part too. Get off of the beauty and the booty all the time, because you got to understand you can get caught up in that. And what I saw with a lot of my male clients were, they liked the aesthetics of these women, but they wanted her to have this other type of more home, traditional type of mindset.
Mm-hmm.
And that's not what they had. I may have to leave y'all.
No problem.
Are you, hello?
On the Peachtree Street right now. So
Okay.
I'm there in like 1 minute.
All right, darling. I'm on my way down.
Alrighty, I'll see you in a moment.
All right, bye-bye. Yeah, I had a nail on in the car today, and y'all, if you gonna get a Tesla, you gotta have some money, because them Tesla tires is expensive.
Shout out to the Tesla. Listen, April, thank you so much for coming on and speaking to us.
But I want to answer this.
Oh
question
yes, please do. Please do. Please do.
Everybody keeps saying, but April, she's not married. She's not married because I didn't want to be married. See, there's a difference between somebody itching to get married and a woman that's developing herself for herself first. Then she goes out and get married. So y'all think that because I'm not married, that what I teach don't work, or that something must be wrong. No, I'm just a woman that understands I have the pick of the litter. See, because I know what most women don't know at 46, right?
Yes.
And number two, I decide when I want.
April says she has the pick of the litter. Then why aren't you married, April? If you have the pick of the litter, why haven't any of those men asked you for their hand in marriage? And she might argue, well, men have asked me to get married. But are they the men that she want? Are they the top of the top of the top of the tier of men? You can't convince me that a man that's 45 or 50 that got bank and got younger women jocking after him is going to deal with a woman as old as April Mason. You'll never convince me of it. Maybe an older man that's probably mid-50s, early 60s, and I could be wrong, but I'm not buying it. Keep listening.
Want to get married. And I think when people stop putting a time clock on it, and when women learn to say, let me become a dope woman for myself, so that puts me in a position to where I have learned enough and understand about who I am and know how to be a woman, it puts me above all other women, because they're not going to be doing that. So a woman being married is not a measure of her value. What makes her valuable is the wisdom. It's her femininity. It's her understanding what it means to be a woman and stop trying to do a woman and do things for a man. There's nothing that I can do for a man to make him stay. It's what I'm being to him. Most women don't know the difference between a wise woman and an unwise woman. So I don't have to go out and get married to prove that and I'll tell you this, I became an empty nester 3 years ago, and Leah almost had a nervous breakdown because I knew how to be the mom. I knew how to be the businesswoman, the coach, the entrepreneur, all of those things. But I didn't know who April was, because April's identity was wrapped around being the mother. And so I had to take some time to figure out what I wanted, because what I wanted now wasn't what I wanted when the kids were younger. I was looking for more of a father figure. Well, I don't need that. My kids are 27, 25, and 23.
Avoid saver's remorse. When you choose auto insurance, switch to Amica for quality and great rates.
The drug database is one among many reasons to use Amboss.
Hold tight, guys. These are
Try it
non-commercials.
now.
You might have seen videos like this before, but here's the big secret. Anyone can make one of these videos in a
I don't need that anymore. So when people equate what you're not married, what you're saying is my value is I'm only valuable if I have a man by my side. This is what I try to teach women. The man is the added bonus to your life. Create a dope life and you have the pick of the litter. And once you got the pick of the litter, you can take your time vetting them. Because what happens is when women get into a position to where, oh, I'm a dope woman now, and they get access to the 1 to 10% of a black man, guess what they do? The first one that come along, they want to snatch him because they're not used to having that. Well, you haven't vetted him. You don't know if he qualifies yet. Right. You haven't looked at his life to see if it complements your life. So when you do get to a place where I am, you can take your time and say, you know what? I have 4 or 5 to choose from, and all of them are wonderful men. It's only now it's up to me to decide which one is the best for my legacy. not just because I like you and I love you. Which one is best for the legacy? Which one is best for me to merge our lives together and love on each other? But we also understand we want to leave a legacy. Black people marry for love and strictly my emotions. I don't do that. I've learned from the others how not to do that. I've learned from white women that you don't marry somebody with potential. You marry somebody that's already doing what they do. Only Black women are called gold diggers when they want a man that's successful. The others are taught that. So for me, it's more of, no, I've become a wonderful woman for me, and I've learned to enjoy her because it took a minute to really get out of just mom mode, that I'm more than a mother.
And see, April, once again, is speaking truth with error. I believe that more women should get married for love only. But once again, April is making herself the target or the prize instead of coming to a relationship where she's serving her man. That's the dangers of so many women when they make money. They think that their money supersedes their responsibility for a man. And I tell men, women like this run from them because they are making money and they have not been conditioned to serve. And April Mason has some unconscious pathologies. They're not going to give you the 100%. And it's going to always, in my opinion, be contention in the relationship because you both will be jousting for power. And so you don't have time to joust for power from a woman that's 46, that's almost 50, about to hit menopause. If you got money, making bank, you can deal with a younger, prettier woman. If you're a man that's in your 40s in good shape, working out, if you're 45, get your woman that's 35. Or get your woman that's 30. Or if you want to get your one that's 25, you do what's best for you. Now, I do agree with April that you shouldn't get marry a woman for love alone. A woman should come into a relationship ready to serve you because she was made to serve you, and you will also give her the reciprocation of serving her once she served you. Guys, did you not know that women have their greatest pleasure when they serve their men? They find their greatest joys when they're serving their men. And that's why we need women that have been conditioned to serve men. That's why, guys, I advocate for men to travel to traditional patriarchal countries where the women have been conditioned to serve their men. To the single men that don't have wives, if you have to pay a dowry, pay you a dowry. It's worth it. Get with a strong African community or Afro-Latin community or any community that more or less endorses strong heteronormative masculinity. That's what you need to do. Because if you're not, you're wasting your time and you're setting yourself up for failure and headache. When a man is more or less impacted by divorce, he's at his worst of being harmed to himself and others. So to the single men or the men that have an extra strategy about to get rid of the woman they got, get you a traditional woman that has been conditioned to serve you. There are women all across the country that love black men. I had some anecdotal evidence from listening to some women where they say they love black men because black men, that's what they told me. They said they're excellent lovers, but also they're good people. We're not saying all, but in general, most women that I talk to and the men, they said that they love black men for their swag and their character and their loving personality. Keep listening.
More than a sister and all of these other things. So now, you gotta settle it down now. Because I know what I can offer now because I went through the process. Once women start taking my courses, they always jump prematurely because what they do is they start seeing subtle changes and it's like, oh, let me grab the first man to come along. No, rest in your change. Because you'll learn, you might start attracting them from what I teach, but you won't be able to keep them if you do not embody what a feminine woman is. You have your boundaries, you have confidence, you're not worried about other women, you're not worried about other races of women. You are a dope ass woman for yourself first. And then you will just like a magnet start attracting quality men. But you can't see quality men because of the glasses that you have on right now. They're still filled with bitterness, anger from past experiences. So go through the emotional change the pain that comes with emotional change, because it's so important. But what happens once again, they start seeing a little progress and they jump. And it's like, but that's the first one out the gate. Experience what it means to be treated nicely. Men opening your doors, getting in and out of the car, men being concerned about your day, men's patterns, efforts, consistency, and words lining up in your life. Don't just jump at the first one, baby. I worked so hard with you to get here. Wait for a minute, get a couple of them first, and then see what you like. See what you like.
I hear you.
It's one of those things things that people don't understand, that women have masculine and feminine energy. We're talking right now. I'm in more masculine energy because we're teaching. But when I'm not teaching, oh, I am definitely the vixen when I'm not teaching. So people don't understand the difference and the going in and out, because when a woman is focused and when she's lecturing, when she's teaching, she is in her masculine energy. People think being feminine is the color pink. And I'm going to do a whole series on the dark feminine energy. Dark feminine energy is not toxic. It's extremely sexy. We watch the dark feminine energy as examples of Angelina Jolie and Tomb Raider. That's some sexy dark feminine energy. So most people, especially Black folks, don't understand the difference. As soon as you say dark feminine energy, they automatically think it bad. No, Lee, I'll tell you this. I have a stripper pole in my bedroom. That brings out the sensuality and the dark feminine energy that allows a woman to flow in her sexuality. Women are out here having sex. They're doing the act, but they're not connected to themselves intimately because they don't know how. So now it's like, well, if femininity is the color pink, it's hair extensions, it's eyelashes, it's walking like this, it's talking like this. No, that's not what it is. It's a part of it, but everybody's come across differently. But most women that you see that are feminine women, when they're in the leadership position, they will interchange it between their masculine and feminine energy because we need it. A woman that's all feminine would be horrible because she would have no backbone, right? She wouldn't be a good leader, an all feminine woman. No, she has to have some, as my grandfather say, some gumption.
Well, why does she need to be a leader though? You said if she's all feminine, she's not going to be a good leader. But what is she leading?
Well, what I'm saying is whether it's in the workplace, whether she's leading herself on her day to day.
Gotcha.
Let me make sure he's in the elevator. Are you down? Are you on the elevator?
No, I'm actually wondering, where is the elevator at? I'm walking into the resident.
Okay, I'm getting ready. I'm coming down right now. Just stay where you are.
Are you coming down personally, or are you bringing the vehicle?
No, I'm coming down personally because I can't bring the vehicle. All right, bye bye.
I got you.
So yeah, so that we got to understand that, and especially for our Black men, I'll leave you with this: learn how to handle with care a feminine woman. Because a lot of our men are so used to having strong, independent women come through their lives, as well as strong, independent moms. When you come across a feminine woman, she's not busting windows out your car. She's not talking crazy to you. She calls you when she says she's going to call you. She put forth effort. Her patterns line up. She checks on your well-being. She encourages you. Learn how to heal your inner blue boy so you don't run from that. And a lot of our men do not, they can say it, but if they've never experienced it, that kind of woman will be a trigger for them because it becomes, wait a minute, she called me like she said she was going to call me. You know, she's acting in a way that's kind to me. A lot of our men are not used to that. So they can say what they want to say all day, but work on receiving a feminine energy woman and start bringing your defenses down because she's not there to hurt you. And how you know if she's there to use you or not, check to see if she has all her own stuff. If she has her own stuff, meaning she's very self-sufficient, but she's interdependent, she's not after you for your finances. She genuinely likes you. So that's one way that you can tell if she's just after you to try to make a come up on you. If she got her own everything and she's just genuinely kind to you and just like being in your company, stop looking at yourself, especially if you are on the lower top tier men in finances. Stop looking at yourself as saying, what she want with me? She wants you. She didn't ask you for anything. She just wants to be in your company. She likes your energy. Don't weigh what you're not against what you think she is because you feel undeserving. We deal with that all the time. Even my high 6, 7, 8 figure men, I don't know if she'll go there. I said, baby, I'm looking at her and I did my research on her. She has her own stuff.
I like that tip about the own stuff. I've never heard that. I like that. I've never heard that. I like that.
Yeah. She has her own stuff. So she has her own and she's not looking to you for nothing. And she's still treating you kind and in a very feminine manner. And she's responsive to you and she's coming toward you. Man up.
I will say this though, these types of women do not typically go for, if a man is like, oh, I don't know if she'll like me for me and she seems too good for me. Most men aren't on that thing, because most women will not choose that man.
Well, because normally that man doesn't have confidence.
Right. So the woman isn't choosing him in the first place, right? So
No, but a lot of these men, they talk about the gold digger, but I'm like, you don't have no gold, baby. You don't. you ain't got no gold. But thank you so much for having me. It was good having this chat. But yeah, I love it.
Talking about a gold digger, but you don't have no gold. But when you go to other countries, you got good, decent women that get with good, decent men. But we see it all too often. Men got to have these extraneous standards. He got to make 6 figures when only a small percentage of men actually make 6 figures. And that's the unconscious pathologies not only of April Mason, but it's the unconscious pathologies of the American woman. And because of that, many will die alone, guys.
How we're viewing it and asking ourselves, are we as dope as we say we are?
I hear you. Listen, thank you so much.
And see, guys, that's what we're talking about. And I dropped the link. And Tim, I want you to add the link. But guys, that's what we're talking about. We're talking about a generation of women that think that they are dope. We're talking about a generation of women that say black girl magic and black girls rock. We're talking about a generation of women that are creating the men that they don't even want. We're talking about a generation of men that where we don't say black boys rise or all boys rise. It's always black girls are dope, black girl magic, black girls this and that. But who in the hell is empowering the black boys? I told you guys in the past, Michael Jackson wrote a song and he said they don't really care about us. And you're beginning to see it manifest firsthand. It's an incessant narcissistic traits of most traditional Western women. You saw April Mason manifest unconscious pathologies of repression. You saw April Mason manifest some of the tendencies of feigning abuse or the victim Olympics or the mistering of the American black man. You saw it. I saw it. The evidence was presented before you guys. And that's what you guys have to choose from in this toxic cesspool called America. But I'm going to do everything in my power to inspire as many young black men as I can, white men, Asian, African, whatever. It's time for the prize catchers to return to their place of dominion. And I want you guys to get ready for that show because it's a show called Return of the Prize Catcher. Because men, you determine the market for relationships, not her. I don't care what April Mason say. She can talk about she's dope in her head all she want to, but you determine the woman that you're going to marry. And so, guys, you forgive me for being a little dusty tonight. You know, I got on my dusty clothes tonight. I didn't put on the Leo swag. You know, I'm busy. I'm a busy man. But I want to get this video out for you guys. And I want you guys to see the evidence. So, Tim, drop the link, brother. I want the guys to come up, the ladies to come up. Is April Mason dealing with unconscious pathologies? It's about 2:02, guys. We got 60 in the house. Please share the content. Let's get this show up to 100 people tonight. You guys are doing an awesome job. I'm extremely proud of you guys that are listening. I love what I do. I love empowering black men, black women, and the black community. And while I think it's going to take a couple of generations for this cesspool to change, I love empowering the brotherhood. So once again, Tim, the link has been dropped, brother. Let's have a conversation, guys, because once again, this is a monologue, a dialogue, not a monologue. It's a dialogue, not a monologue. So I'm going to put a little jazz on while we're about to have this conversation. But in the meantime, I'm going to read some of the comments because you guys have been doing an awesome job. My man Jay Daniels said that April preyed on the insecurities of black women to enrich her bank account. She will pay a heavy price for this in the afterlife. And I agree with you. And the Ingram Experience said that April Mason is a used tire salesperson. Shout out to my homie, the Ingram Experience. Go check that brother out. And Top Gun said the Ingram Experience is right. The Ingram Experience said that she is the queen of fake femininity. And I agree with it. That's why I don't take a lot of these women that feign femininity serious. They're chameleons because like Anton Daniels said, if you put them in the right environment, they'll always show their true colors. They always do it because it's in them. The great teacher Jesus said you can't take new wine and put it into an old wineskin. You got to change the wineskin. And that's what's the problem with the modern woman. They have not been redeemed mentally or spiritually. And that's why they go around thinking they're better. And black men, you have been conditioned to become subjects of the modern black woman. But we're going to change that because we're looking for good sisters. We're looking for good women that are going to love us and honor us and respect us and help us build this fractured community that we have. Black men love black women. I'm going to say it again. Black men love black women. I'm going to say it again. Black men love black women. But black women are not limited to the United States of America. They are not limited to the United States of America. I tell the brothers all the time, go where you're celebrated instead of being tolerated. And when you continue to hear the sentiments of being dope or, all of this, it basically means she's putting her self-worth above yours. So young black men should be going around saying they are dope too. So guys, once again, the link has been dropped. The link has been dropped. NAP Media said because it takes time and work to lose weight. Tim Howard said the delusions is from the media, simps, and other women. And you're correct, Tim. I agree with you 1,000%. The delusion is definitely coming from the media. Social media have given some of these women an exaggeration of their worth. The internet has more or less taught some of these women that they were queens and goddesses. But these are the same chicks I remember in high school. I wouldn't even look at them. I'm talking about chicks in high school that thought they were dope. I wouldn't even look at them. So once again, guys, the link has been dropped. Osmosis Jones said the weight is a lack of discipline, in my opinion, typically. Emotions and different things, yes, but my life isn't perfect. I'm still not overweight as a guy. Right. You got to be disciplined. She's about to go into that color purple talk. Some of these comments are old. Sweet Lulu Bean said that the chameleon energy is the chameleon energy is strong in this one. Authentic femininity is a sincere mindset. It's more than looking the part for a high value man. I agree with you, sister. I agree with you, Sweet Lulu Bean. You're 100% correct. And we need sisters like Sweet Lulu Bean. We need sisters like Mika G. We need sisters like Miss Parker Back to Basics. Go check her channel out. She's a sister that's been on the wall. She's trying to do good things. We need sisters like that. I don't mind women coming to these spaces that are good sisters trying to learn. Many times these women are solid. I respect that. But many times these women are adding value to the discussion because these women understand the importance of family. They understand the importance of good relationships. And some of these women have been sabotaged by liberal policies and ideologies. So once again, guys, the links have been dropped. In the meantime, I'm going to keep reading these comments. Solo Dolo said she's a deceptive feminist, and I agree with you. That's why I call it the unconscious pathologies of April Mason. That's why I had Mr. on the page, because she does what a lot of women do. They tend to accost or more or less project their pain onto black men due to the unresolved pain of the vicarious trauma that they saw their mothers go through. Many women do it. It's called an unconscious pathology. Just like there's an unconscious pathology of racism. There's an unconscious pathology of misandric behavior towards black men. They're not aware of it. And that's why I had to expose April Mason. Because April Mason preaches truth mixed with error. And that's dangerous, guys. The Ingram experience says that she's basically trying to rehabilitate masculine, uncooperative women, repackage them and present them to high-value men and high-value women. You're correct, brother. And once again, guys, to the guys that are listening, you are dealing with many mental pathologies. I need you guys to see me at kosherclinician@gmail.com. See me at kosherclinician@gmail.com for a non-diagnostic clinical consultation. I'm not diagnosing you, but I can give you parameters around your diagnosis. I've been helping a lot of men behind the scene, and they're beginning to get the outcomes. I am a licensed clinical therapist. If you're willing to invest in yourself, come check me out. My rates are fair and my rates are reasonable, but you're not getting an opinion. You're getting it from a licensed therapist that went to one of the best schools in the country. No cap. So I want you guys to keep listening. I want you guys to add to the conversation because this conversation is powerful. But the link has been dropped, Tim. I'm going to drop the link again. I need some of the men and women to come up and let's chop up some game. Because you guys saw it firsthand. You guys saw the chameleon effect that so many black men are talking about. I can sniff a chameleon from a mile away, but a lot of times I don't say anything. I let them tell on themselves. Because like Anton said, put them in the right environment. As I said 3 times, and they will eventually show themselves. And I said it several times in this show tonight. So once again, I'm keep reading the comments. Top Gun said that everything is our fault. And you're right. It always goes back to the black man or the man. Shout out to my man, Cass, Casual Observer. Thank you, brother, for the $5 super chat. The Casual Observer said black women are trolling black men with disingenuous interpretation, paradoxes, requests, unfair requirements, etc., etc. Non-black women seeking a productive man and play less games, no doubt. Thank you. I agree with you 100%. And shout out to my big homie. Oh, that's my big homie, the Ingram Experience. That's my brother. Shout out to the Ingram Experience for the $50 super chat, no doubt. That's my homie. Meaning the Ingram Experience be chopping up all the time. Go check out the Ingram Experience on his YouTube channel. He got a popping YouTube channel where he's trying to liberate men from a heteronormative perspective. Thank you, brother. I'm very honored for that. Thank you so much, brother. I'm very honored for that. And so the Ingram Experience, I want you to pop in. I dropped the link, guys. I want you guys to have a conversation because this is a dialogue, not a monologue. I need some of the women to add to the conversation because there's some good women that are listening to this conversation. There are some women that are tired of being castigated. There are some women that are tired of being alone. Christmas time is coming. They want to be in the warm embraces of a good man. No doubt, my homie Aziz. What's up, homie?
Man, what's happening, kosher? How you feeling?
Man, if it ain't 7, it ain't kosher. If it ain't kosher, it ain't right. So, what are you getting from this conversation, Aziz? This has been a powerful show. I told you guys I was going to drop some fire for your mind on tonight. But what are you getting from this show and the unconscious pathologies of April Mason? What are you getting, bro?
When I'm listening to April, I'm reading the comments and I'm listening to the fire that you actually bring in.
Thank you, sir.
One thing I realized is that April is definitely coming from a very modern feminist, but at the same time, she's coming from a thinking that's acceptable to a lot of women and how they want to feel and believe about things. Mm-hmm. And just because you want to believe something or have a strong feeling towards something doesn't mean that it's a fact or that it's true. Mm-hmm. All right. Because one thing I've learned from being on the
guys, mute yourself, guys. The ones that listen, mute yourself. I got you. Go ahead, Aziz.
I've learned from being on the continent is that you have women that are in very strong positions. You have women that are vice presidents. You have women that are PhDs, that have high education. You have women that are members of parliament and sit on boards. But when they come home, right, and I've seen how these women act, they act as wives to their husband. There's no power play. There's no, if I put myself in a position or I'm a strong person, I'm a power woman, so I'm gonna attract this type of man. Those ideas don't even exist overseas. A woman, she still maintains her role, even though when she goes out the house and she does certain things, she could be a stateswoman, she could be a vice president, but she's still a wife to a man, you know?
Right. And that's what men don't understand. Women from other countries, and Aziz, you traveled abroad. Your brother married an African woman. You talked about it on the last show. Your brother married an African woman, and they're not dealing with the shenanigans that many men in America are dealing with. I want you to go back and revisit what you talked about your wife marrying his African queen and the outcomes that he got compared to dealing with women in America. I want you to talk about it.
Yeah, so generally, when my brother's over here, the different women, even though they saw him for what he did as far as his work, etc., they didn't give the same type of respect that he receives when he's over there in the continent overseas. So when he went overseas and when he met his wife, it was to the point that other women wanted my brother. She had to make sure that she kept those women away from him because she was like, I'm choosing this man and this is the man that I want. His wife would even show up to another woman that was interested in my brother and come up there with her cousins and say, listen, it's not like she was going to go into a physical fight, but she was like, this is the man that I'm interested in. This is the man that I'm building with. This is the man that I'm investing in right now. So can you please leave him alone? Right.
And you see the succinct difference. Yeah. That woman saw that man as the prize catcher. She didn't come in as just seeing herself as the prize. She realized that she had to earn her right into that man's life instead of just saying, I deserve to be in his life. And see, women about 50 to 100 years ago understood that That's why people say the feminism is a first world problem, because women in third world countries understand that in order to get a good man and for survival purposes, they need to have a good man to guide them.
100%.
And so,
They know it's necessary to have a man.
Right.
So a woman overseas, their whole thing is like, you know what? It doesn't matter how professional they are or where they at in the professional tier. They know that once they get a man, they're trying to keep that man because they want that man. That man represents who they are. Their man represents their womanhood. Because if a woman cannot get a man and say, hey, call back home and say, hey, I have a husband or I have a man, their mothers, their grandmothers, their aunts will be like, what is wrong with you that you don't have a man? You understand where I'm coming from? Whereas here, a woman is actually praised for being independent. She's actually praised for not having a man and being free to go to in a club and be promiscuous and have transient relationships, you know?
Right.
Yes.
And why do you think that black men should start demanding more, Yaziz? Why do you think they should demand more? Because, you know, Sweet Lulu Beam pontificated it perfectly. She was saying that in other countries, black men are loved and honored, but for some reason here, black men tend to have a low self-esteem. Why should black men start demanding more?
Well, number one is it's you know, when you deal with the numbers, we're less than what women are. It's more of us. So there's less men to go around in general, number one. Number two, women, their femininity actually needs masculinity in order for them to go into their feminine, to be in their feminine role. They actually need masculinity to even exist. And so a lot of women have been taught through Western ideologies that masculinity is not necessary. It was a what you call a nature reverse role. And so as they continue to go forward, they're ignoring the results that are coming about with women that don't have men. It's really a sad state of affairs. So when you have one person like April Mason, who's 46 years old, and she says, I have men coming after me, she might be talking about men who just desire to see if they can take her and lay her down in the bed.
Right.
But men don't truly desire a 46-year-old woman like that.
Exactly.
Not marriage, not to put on a picture on their wall or anything like that, you know?
Right.
That's not even real. Maybe a 60-year-old man or 65-year-old
Right.
55-year-old man. Yeah, they might have had 2 or 3 families already and say, you know what? I could rock with an April Mason right now because that would look good for me at 60 years old.
Right. No, I totally agree. I agree with you 100%. I want to ask you something, Joel the Miller Child. What are you getting from this conversation, man? And what's your take on the unconscious pathologies of April Mason, brother? Are you there, Joel? Are you there, Joel? Well, MC Recovery, what are you getting from this show, man? And the unconscious pathologies of April Mason. What are you getting, brother? Joel the Miller Child, can you? Yeah, go ahead. Go ahead, brother.
Basically, I seen the scream the other day, also, but from your show was just hitting on fire. It was
no doubt.
Fire.
Appreciate it, brother.
I was texting and sending it to some of my friends.
Thank you, sir.
But it's like I did a show yesterday. And then it was on the unmanageability within me, which is the unseen. So you're talking about her unconsciousness, and it's like this is what I see in my family. Issue. It's like to me, it's like I'm up here saying she mean well, but it's still that 50-50 Christian like feminist stuff. That's basically what I'm saying. It's like it's more of a partnership.
Right. It's truth mixed with error. And that's why I say April Mason's message is so dangerous. Guys, give me a minute. I want to shout out these super chats. Shout out to my man, Original G. Yeah. Just wanted to show my appreciation and support for your work. The system we live in got everything messed up. How many of these women will survive if they were really living in nature? Much love and respect, Casey. Wish you and the tribe the best. Much love and respect, brother. Thank you for that super chat. And then also, shout out for the $4 super chat for James Best. Thank you, brother. And then also, I want to show love for the brother that gave me a cash app. Let me shout him out. He did an awesome job. Hold tight, guys. And we're going to finish this conversation because we're going to shame the devil on tonight about the shenanigans of April Mason and so many Western women thinking that they're better than black men. Shout out to GCLA. Thank you for the super chat as well. Hold tight. But anyway, so to everybody that's been donated, thank you. But what else did you get from the show, man? MC Recovery and Wellness. What else did you get from the show, brother?
What I basically was getting is that I seen a lot of those conditions being put up on it, but it's more like it's a condition of standards. Like you don't have to worry about a woman having her own. She has her own, and then that's basically what my father and the Godfather been like teaching is like why will a high value, it ain't nothing there for you to surprise a man if you already got your own.
Right.
So it's like I seen a lot of delusion within her message. A whole lot of delusion. She just had too much diluted stuff in it.
But she had truth mixed with error, man. And that's all due to social conditioning. And that's also due to simping and living up in the matriarchy. But hold tight, MC Recovery, and thank you for the super chat earlier, brother. Joel the Miller Child, are you available to talk now, brother? If not, I'm going to Ace.
Yes, I think. Can you hear me?
Yes, sir, I can hear you perfectly. What do you think about that surgical execution that I did on April Mason and the unconscious pathologist of April Mason, thinking that she's the prize, but also her slight denigration of black men and abuse? What did you think about some of her shenanigans?
Well, for one, I think it's similar to what some people tend to do. Like what was it, the Glendon guy, where they get on there. Of course, shout out to the lead attorney for doing what he does. But
yeah, shout out to the lead attorney. He did a great job.
Letting them talk and expose themselves. But at the same time, she was kind of it was a marketing. She was getting on there marketing to some of the black women.
Exactly.
Because I actually just did a live show on this very thing, the whole concept of fake femininity, what to expect from now on. It was actually titled "The Danger of Kevin Samuels." It was a clickbait where I was explaining how Kev is given the game, and some people are going to assume that a large percent of black women are actually going to make the change. And my ideology or my theory is it's not going to happen that fast. First, what we're probably going to see is we're going to see a lot of April Masons, a lot of women utilizing fake femininity instead to get the outcome they desire, and then switch up whenever they got the leverage, which is marriage and a child.
Right. You heard April tell her grandson, be quiet. And she said that she was talking to her grandson because she said that she almost got the ring. So if April Mason is telling her grandson that to be quiet, or granddaughter, what do you think April Mason is doing to other men? Exactly. They're selling feminine. It's not genuine. But imagine if men had conditional masculinity, or say, I'm going to provide and protect you. But then once he married a woman, he didn't pay bills or left her, or he left her desolate. But see, that's the manipulative nature of so many modern women that men have to contend with. And that's why I had to give her a surgical execution, because at one point I said, well, April seems like she's a good chick. But something in my masculine hard drive said that, nah, she got some issue with her. And so when the lead attorney did his show yesterday with Auburn Preach, and then my brother SPK Speaks did a show, I began to see the manifestation coming to full fruition. So keep talking, brother. Go ahead. And shout out to Andrew Baker. Hold tight. Shout out to Andrew Baker for the $10 cash out. Thank you, Andrew Baker, for your kind donation. I love you guys. This has been a powerful show tonight. I need you, the 7 to 1 that are listening, to share the content. If you have not donated, if you can't donate it, share the content. That's your gift to me by sharing this content with at least 5 people and helping this channel get to 3,000. All right? But keep talking, brother. Go ahead.
And the real danger, because when I made that show, The Danger of Kevin Samuels, the real danger isn't because Kevin was able to pierce through the sisterhood for what it is, to expose them. Because let's just be real, it wasn't that hard to expose the fakes and the lies, right? Like, common sense beats out, buffoonery. But the problem, like you were saying earlier, was she was mixing some of his talking points into what she was saying. So she was using some of his common sense points and then mixing it with some of her buffoonery. And that,
Right.
like you said, that's dangerous.
That's
because-
dangerous, right?
Yes, because she's speaking some truth where it makes it more believable.
Yes, right.
And still able to have the buffoonery on the back end.
Right.
And I'm seeing a lot of these women pop up in the space. I was saying on the show that I had earlier, where I was in, some of these chat rooms in the back, and you're starting to see more women now, and they're starting to act like, talk like they have common sense. And then every now and then, if you really listen to them, they'll say something where it's like, that don't sound right, So it's like, they're starting to get into these spaces in these chat rooms and stuff now.
Right. And, Anton Daniels, shout out to my homie Anton Daniels from Lapeef. He said, if you pull them in their environment, eventually they'll tell them themselves. And many times I can tell the charlatans, I don't say anything, but eventually they'll hang their own selves with their own idiosyncrasies. Because, instead of being the charlatan, just be true to who you are as a person. Be the best woman for the best man. Because many men are looking for decent women, but many just don't get it. So keep talking, and then I want Ace to come in and share his excellent analysis, as he always does. But keep talking, brother. Go ahead.
Yes, and on the back end, because unfortunately we already know the sisterhood has its pawns. There are the young men that are unfortunately lost, and they do the bidding of the sisterhood or the gynocracy, right? So those men are going to exist, unfortunately, because they're indoctrinated. That's all they know. And those men, oh Jesus, they're the men that tend to be against the Kevin Samuels and yourself, right, Kosher? So you've encountered these men, I'm pretty sure, right?
Yeah, I have, right. Mm-hmm.
So these men are now doing the same thing where they're trying to act like they're part of the group now, because remember, they're losing, so they know it. So instead, what they're doing is they're trying to morph, where it's like, okay, let's get off the losing bandwagon and let's see if it evolves. The ideology evolves. So now, like that's really what I was talking about, the danger of it, which is it's getting more difficult. Because mind you, Kosher, actually, we were on a show a couple weeks ago, and I wanted to ask you a question.
Yes, sir.
And that question I was going to ask you was based off of modern marriage and dating, right? Which is we know most women today aren't marriage material or marriage minded.
Right.
And the question I wanted to ask you, and I'm probably going to make a show on it later on this weekend, is are black men ahead of the curve? Because black men in America are the least married, and black women, which are what we know today, the most unmarriable, are the least married.
Mm-hmm.
So in a way, black men are less married in American culture. But my question is like, okay, could we actually be ahead of the curve? Because these black men that aren't married, they aren't, how can I say it? They're not tied into the gynocracy as heavily because they're still single. They're on their own. They don't have children. You know what I'm saying? So they have a footing to where they can actually take off because they're not tied down by these women.
Well, listen, I think there is an awakening of black men that are beginning to come into their own and beginning to see their inherent worth for what it is. So there is a burgeoning awakening of black men that are beginning to see what their worth is, and they're beginning to defy the odds. So yes, a lot of black men are ahead of the curve. A lot of black men are beginning to see what their worth and their value is. That's why I advocate world travel. I said that there are 7 steps that a man must go through in order to become optimized, and world travel is one of them. And to Snuggles, yes, Snuggles, is it me or is the Kosher Clinician very serious today? I've never heard him with such vigor in his voice, fueled by passion, or am I missing something? Well, listen, I don't live by the zodiac, but I am a Leo. If you know anything about Leo men are dominant, we're passionate, we have big hearts, but you will get checked if you try one. So that's the Leo in me. That's why you see the lion, that fire for your mind. Because in order for men to know what their worth is, they must have their cognitions ignited. They must have the synapses and the neurons in their brain ignited so they can see what their worth is. So Snuggles, yes, that's the Leo in me. And thank you, Snuggles, for the $5 super chat. But keep talking, brother. You finished, Joel? You finished?
Yeah, that was the main points.
Okay.
I'm done.
Excellent. Ace, I want you to add to the conversation. What do you think about the unconscious pathologies of April Mason? What do you think about the unconscious pathologies of April Mason, Ace?
So besides, like you mentioned, the social conditioning, we also got to look at the effect of the community, especially the African-American community. So a lot of, the single motherhood rate for a long time has been, around 70-something%? Mm-hmm. It's been a high percentile. So women are conditioned to believe this way. And see, this is what I noticed that the feminist movement has done to a lot of women is they prey on women who maybe didn't have a father figure in their life, who maybe had a bad example of a father. So they're always trying to use that to pitch their agenda. So it conditions these women to believe that all men are toxic, or, you know, or I got to be independent or something like that. So women that, you know, they have this frame of thought, it's the social conditioning and also being preyed upon, you know, because they never had that masculine figure in their life.
Right.
So they've been having to be taught to kind of fend for themselves.
Right. I agree with that, but would you not agree, Ace, that some of that is due to choice? You know, what you say that in the black community, guys, and y'all tell me what you think. Do you feel that in general, not all sisters, they tend to pick swag over substance? Yaziz is a good brother. He looks extremely young. Yaziz is almost 50, but he looks like he's about 30. But he's a good man. Look at all these good brothers on the panel. But how many guys have had situations where y'all were good men only to be turned down by women that thought they were better than you? How many?
Man, all of us, I think, have.
Right.
We've all experienced
I mean, so kind of, I forgot which show or which where else I read this, but they say women tend to be attracted to men with the dark triad traits because of back in our evolutionary past, those men were able to like ensure their survival. So a man that was able to brutally kill, or, you know, things like that, you know. So I forgot which show. So like I said, it's all in the subconscious of female programming. Like,
right, I agree.
A guy that could, you know, provide for them. Like, why do you think about like why women go after like, you know, thugs and criminals and things like that? Everybody's like, man, you know, why is she going for him whenever she could have this banker millionaire or whatever, but she's going after the thug? So
but those are doctrines of specific environments, you know, because some environments you go to, women are not attracted to the man who always wants to prove that he's brute inside of a club somewhere. You know, there's places in this world that you go to where it's like if you show that that type of aggressiveness, they see that as posturing. You know, and so they're unattracted. They're unattracted to it. So the Pookie, the Ray, the thug, depending on where you at. If you go to Zimbabwe, if you go to Botswana, you're not that attractive. As a matter of fact, they might think like a lot of how European women are based on colonialism. They like a man who knows how to wear shoes, who knows how to put his belt, who knows how to tuck a shirt in, who knows how to wear a collar shirt, and he can act business-minded. They see that as quality. They don't see the thug as a quality at all. So it depends on the environment. So now
the environment, right? I agree with that.
Yeah, where you have a lot of black women who have a high school and then they go from high school and they go to HBCUs. They kind of create like a black female dynamic and a black male dynamic based on that situation. So in America, they'll end up getting a PhD, but they'll still desire the GED minded man, all based on the fact that he might be a sexual professional or he might have a swag. But other places, they don't even uplift the thug. You know, it depends. Yeah, go ahead.
Oh, I was gonna say, to add on to your point, also it's risk taking. So they're inherently attracted to risk takers because as men we take risks. We're supposed to take risks, especially when we're younger. You know, that's why our car insurance is higher, because we like to get out there, do donuts, do dumb crap, right? So, however, it's nature versus nurture. So in nature, like you were saying, you can be physically aggressive to dominate, but because we're in a society, you do that, you get arrested. It's not good. So it's also the concept of delayed gratification, because most of us don't, you know, we don't come from being well off, and people on the lower end, they have a problem with delayed gratification. So that nerd, that person who actually is doing the right thing, because I remember when I was in high school, there was a guy, a young black man, dude had to be like 6'4", but he wore a suit. He was corny to their knowledge. All the girls, despite him being like 6'4", 6'5", intelligent, all that stuff, he talked proper, everything. None of the girls really was looking at him like that.
Right,
and now he's out there on a horse ranch riding horses and playing polo and stuff because he's well off. But because the girls, they didn't value him because he was he was kind of corny to them. They like the instant gratification, that instant excitement. The guy that, you know, that's why they prefer the unfortunately the drug dealers that makes the fast money when he's young, but he's not gonna turn out right in the long run.
Right. No. Yeah, go ahead.
That's a woman's nature, is pretty much instant gratification, because remember, it's always about a woman's feelings and emotions. They don't really
Sure.
rationalize things out first whenever they're making a decision. It's always about how they feel in that moment.
And guys, that's what happens when you have strong communities and strong fathers. But now, even in having strong fathers, it's not a guarantee that the girls won't go astray, because there are so many elements pulling against these typical women. We celebrate lasciviousness, or more or less hedonism, over substance and responsibility. And what you're seeing, guys, is the eroding of the American culture. And there's a remnant of good women that are striving to do the right thing. It's almost like the wheat mixed in with the tare. There's a percentage of women in these groups that are good women that are trying, but some of them are actually tares. They're chameleons. And guess what? They will eventually expose themselves. They will eventually expose, because guys now are awakened. Guys now beginning to see the modern woman for what she really is. And I don't say this with any kind of disdain, because it's 5 guys on this panel, and all these brothers, y'all love black women. But the point is, black men are tired of being seen as subjugates to black women. Black men want to be loved and respected. Also, shout out to my man Michael Green for the $5 super chat. Cash out. Thank you, Michael Green, and thank you to everyone that's been sharing the content and also been contributing to the show. You guys make me want to do this even more, because as I said, guys, being a therapist is time consuming. I got to get up in the morning and see clients, but I love what I'm doing. I love the brotherhood, and so that's why I do what I do. But Ace, what else? So when you hear April Mason talking about she's dope and she's the prize, what did you get from that?
No, she's not the prize at all, because now her dealing with men that are very affluent. I've heard this on other shows, that men who've got their stuff together, who are very affluent, those guys are rare. Beautiful women, women with, that possess a type of beauty. They're a dime a dozen. You can go out there and find those on the street. So a guy that's actually got his stuff together, that can actually be like a king, be a man, be a good father, those men are very rare. And especially in this present day and age, where we're telling men, to be more emotional and kind of act more like women and things like that. So yeah, no, she's completely wrong on there. I would say it's it's flatter.
No doubt. No, I totally agree. To the women that are listening, Tim, drop the link again. The Ingram Experience. I would love for you to come on and share your points of contention. But Yaziz, you begin to go do evolution. When did you begin to see the American woman for what she really is? When did you become awakened, to say the least?
This is I can say that this is around 2007. Well, actually, probably a little bit before 2007. I go to 2003, but from 2003, going towards 2007. That is when my entire transition started taking place, where it's almost like, I had to go through like a conscious shift.
Right.
And understanding myself, And so when I started traveling and, going into Israel, then going into the Palestinian territories, and then going to different places on the continent, that's when I started realizing the value of being a black man. I noticed that they viewed me as a black man from America different than a European American, and there's an image and there's a lore about a black man in America, right? So, and most women throughout the world would say black men in America are the most handsome men on the planet.
Yes, sir.
They said that we're a combination and a mixture of everything. So they see us as like we're like super Negroes.
Right. I totally agree. Yes, sir. Right.
And I don't care where you go. I'm talking about Venezuela. You can go to Israel, you go to Senegal, South Africa, Botswana, wherever. As a black man from America, it's like you're desired, even though here we're like downtrodden. We're considered in last place as far as the way we're viewed, when it comes down to employment, etc. But the moment you go overseas, it's like, wow, you're from America, you're a black, some of them would say, you a real nigga, huh? That's what they'll say. You a real nigga. Like, but in their mind, they don't mean like a real nigga, like a street guy.
Right.
Like you a real black man from America. And so after that, it's like people, they want to take you places. And then all of a sudden people want to hear your stories. They want to hear your journey. And next thing you know, the attractiveness, as far as like the fact that black men generally, we have a certain type of intellect that we can share from different variations of
Right.
ideas
Right.
because of the environment we come from, because of the
Right.
leaders that we've had, because of the experiences. And especially now more than ever, the fact that we actually are beginning to realize, okay, hold on, we've been sold a bad deal, you know, and we're not going for it anymore. So if you notice, like April Mason, she's trying to come up in the space and say, hey, I know y'all been sold a bad deal and all of this stuff. I know all of this stuff, but at the same time, let me try to keep the power position of the women, you know? So even as a 46-year-old woman, she'll speak in a way of where she's really just using her tongue. But if you were able to peel open her subconscious mind and read those letters and that mind in there, you wouldn't hear the same words that's coming out of her mouth.
Right. I totally agree with you. But that's why I said she speaks with possum mouth. If you guys remember seeing the Harry Potter series, the serpent spoke possum mouth. You know, it spoke with a forked tongue. And it was the words of deception. But you can't fool me because I know game. I study people. If you have a pure heart, then you will see the impurities of other people. I don't say things, but I just watch people because eventually they will show you who they really are. And so that's why I strive to be a good man. I strive to be an exemplar. I'm not perfect, but I do have a good heart, and I do love people, and I do love the brotherhood, man. MC Recovery, when you hear April Mason saying that she's dope and she's the prize, what pops in your head? And then I want the new gents to come on and add to this discussion too. And shout out to the Casual Observer. The first time I got the Casual Observer to come up and mic up. Actually, no, hold on, MC Recovery. I want the Casual Observer and the new brothers to talk. Hold up and checkmate. What are you guys getting from the conversation, Casual Observer and checkmate? What are you guys getting from the conversation?
First, I'd like to start off by saying that I've been a long-time listener to the show.
Thank you, brother.
Usually you see me commenting in the comment section.
Right.
Today, what actually got me to join the panel was there was a gentleman who seemed to be to have been making excuses for some of the phenomenon that you see in our community, and it just some of the stuff he said I don't want to insult the guy. Is just some of the stuff was just I really just didn't agree with him, so I just felt inclined to hop on the panel. I'm going to drop down in a second, but I just wanted to give a shout out to the chat and to encourage people to donate to our PhDs and academics in the space. Just the fact that they're taking the time out of their work in order to provide this for us.
Yes.
You have to make it worthwhile for them. But I'm going to drop down. But thanks a lot.
No doubt, man. Listen, thank you, Casual Observer. I'm proud of you, man. You finally mic'd up. I was like, man, Casual Observer, you need to talk. But I really appreciate it, man. And you're right. These shows are time consuming. We are licensed professional. We're professional men. And I'm also a family man. So when I'm giving you guys this game, it's taking a lot of time out of my life and my family life. But because I love the brotherhood, that's why I do what I do. And so when you guys reward me by sharing the content when you don't have money, sharing the content to me sometimes is better than money. So to the 65 that are listening, I need 65 people to share this content. Let's get this challenge to 3,000. This challenge, this challenge should have been at 5,000 or 10,000 by now.
I'm dropping down. I'm dropping down now, but my parting statement is, with Black women, you don't have to beg for super chats, and we should try to emulate the same in our space.
No doubt. Hey, man, that brother said a mouthful. I agree with him 100%. Thank you, Casual Observer, because in women's spaces, they don't have to beg. The women just give. And so, brothers, you guys start supporting good male content. And to the brothers that have supported, guys, I'm grateful. But it seems like it's the same ones over and over again. Checkmate, how you doing, brother?
Good, how are you?
No doubt. What are you getting from the conversation, Checkmate, and the unveiling of the unconscious pathologies of April Mason? What are you getting from the conversation?
Well, first and foremost, I would say that I think that April is just another internet personality that I don't take seriously.
Right.
But she does raise a good point that made me think, which is what she brought up is that she chooses not, and how can we Black men expect any Black woman under one household to work? Because let's face it, the vast majority of Black men need their woman to work to pay the bills. Okay.
Right.
So how can we as Black men expect her to have a job, working 35, 40 hours a week like we do, cook, clean, and be there for us sexually? You know, I mean, what is she submitting to? I mean, in order for us to demand more from Black women, we have to be able to provide more for Black women. So,
but checkmate. I love your honesty, but I think that's a myth, because why were women 100 years ago that worked in the fields, and they still were the hewers of wood, and they took care of their homes, but they still were cooperative, submissive women to their husbands? I do see where you're coming from. There's some validity to what you're saying, but at the same time, the global market has changed. And so for the women to say they want to get married, then what are they willing to render unto that man? Because it takes two now. It takes two. The economy has changed dramatically. And so do the woman want a man to pay all the bills, or does she want to be single? Because marriage is service and duty to that man. So I think it's a misnomer that we assume that just because you put her in a good environment, she's going to be feminine. Because if a woman has been imprinted by dark men or dusty men or men that's had her body, then she's not going to be a feminine woman. She's going to be on damn Instagram while you working, trying to provide a safe haven for her, calling Raekwon a man. That's what she's going to be doing. She's not going to be necessarily serving you. Some of these women have been imprinted. What you got 150 years ago was a virgin, a woman with no kids, and a woman that was wife ready. You're not getting that from modern women now. So why are we giving modern women the virtues of yesterday, but they're not giving us the traditional of yesterday? And I know your heart is right. I know your heart is right, brother. But I think that's the great deception that a lot of men believe. This putting her in an environment is not always going to be conducive to cooperation and femininity. Ask Will Smith.
Hey, Kosher, if I may, because I am married in the modern society and my wife does work.
Right.
So I can actually talk to his point.
Go ahead.
In my household, the dynamic is I do cook, but I don't do the majority of the cooking. Like, she just prepared, the meals for the week or whatever, right? Mm-hmm. So she still cooks, and she definitely cleans like the whole house. I don't even have to ask her to do that. She just naturally does that.
Right.
But guess what? I manage the finances of the family. I do all the family planning. Mm-hmm. If anything breaks in the house, I'm the handyman. I have to do everything.
Same here. Right. Me too. Right.
So even in today's situation where the woman, because mind you, most what is it, like 70% of wives or women work today? Most women today work. But the thing is, there's still, even in the household when both parties work, there's still that dynamic where she has her natural things she does, and then I have my things that I do, and we both, contribute to the family and the household.
But watch this, Joel, and checkmate. Your heart is right, brother, and I respect your position. But Joel, I'm a professional therapist. I don't normally do this, but I'm going to show you guys the real. As you can see, those are my war trophies on the wall. So you're not getting nothing fake from me. I'm real. But I'm a professional therapist. I pay for all the maintenance in the house. I cut the grass. If anything needs being fixed, I fix it. I can make sure I pay for all the maintenance. I still do all the traditional things about being the man. I don't complain about it. That's the price of service of being the man. But the problem is so many women come into relationships not wanting to serve, and many of our men have been conditioned to accept it. I'm going to share something with you, checkmate. When you go abroad, those women work outside the home, but they still come home and do traditional work because they see their family as an investment. They don't complain about it because they say, I want to be married. That's the price of being married. And the price of a man being married to a woman means if somebody breaking that damn house at night, he got to go downstairs and take the risk of getting his head blown off. Because giving his life, that's the greatest honor, to give his life and to protect his woman. So she should count it nothing to serve her man. I get it, it's hard, but guess what? It's harder being a single woman, feeding your children and feeding yourself, than being with your man and feeding your children and feeding yourself. Which one do you want to take? Being a single woman, feeding yourself and your children by yourself, or having a man serving? The problem is most modern women don't want to serve. They're lazy.
Well, because there's one big difference that you brought up. We brought the history aspect.
Right.
The biggest difference is it's called the internet. The internet has given women numerous options.
Right.
Women have thousands of men in their DMs daily.
Yes, sir. I agree with you 100%, checkmate. You're right, brother.
So the reason why women haven't been, so part of the reason why women have been performing female duties is because they don't have to. They can get what they want from men without being somebody's wife or girlfriend. So realistically, in order for us to be able to place ourselves at least in the position to demand more from women, we have to prove to them that we could provide something in their lives where they don't have to work, something that's attractive to them. Because A woman can find any man she wants today, like pretty much a blue collar guy. You know, if a woman wants a good man, she'll have a good man. You know what I'm saying? It's unrealistic for blue collared men to demand more from women.
Mhm.
We have to have something that attracts women for them to motivate, to at least think about motivating themselves to change to be the kind of women that we want them to be.
But checkmate. I think your heart is right, man. But that's part of the conditioning. I think that's a strong myth. I think you can put a woman in a good environment, give her all the accoutrements. Now, if she's a traditional woman, checkmate, she's been raised right, she grew up in a strong home with a strong masculine father, then I would say you're correct. But most women are not raised under those conditions to more or less adjust to those accoutrements. So I would say, in theory, what you're saying is true, but in reality, I don't think it worked. But I want you to hold to your points because your points.
Let me clarify.
Go ahead,
brother. I'm not saying that. I'm not saying that this is the way it should be or this way we men should be. I'm not saying that.
Mm-hmm.
I'm just saying I'm just looking at from the total situation. You know what I'm saying? From the outside looking in, the way I see it, it's not realistic for women to change to what we want them to be unless we have something that attracts them, that motivates them to want to change. And until we achieve that, we're going to continue to have these discussions, what we want them to be. We're going to continue to travel overseas to find the more submissive women that we yearn and deserve. But in the United States, it's not realistic. Because at the end of the day...
What's not realistic, brother?
I'm sorry?
What's not realistic? Explain yourself. What do you mean?
Well, it's not realistic for women to go back being quote-unquote traditional.
Okay, but that's fine. Then, based on that measure, then men shouldn't be traditional either. See,
I'm not disagreeing with that. I'm not disagreeing with that at all.
Right. We can't say on one end we want the women to be traditional, don't be traditional, but then men got to be. But here's a caveat though. What you're saying is you're trying to give a fair exchange and a fair balance, but guess what? They still expect men to be traditional. So
no, I'm not speaking for. I'm not speaking for women though.
No. I hear your point. Your point is that, we can expect them to be traditional, and that's fine. And they can't expect men to be traditional because
I agree.
Right, yeah, they can't expect men to be traditional either. Checkmate. Real quick, checkmate. You asked some great points. Aziz, what do you think about this? And also, Ace, what do you think about what checkmate said?
Well, the thing is, when I'm listening to checkmate, I know.
I'm sorry.
Yeah, I know things never get right going down the wrong road, and he's speaking about I don't want to use the word decadent, but he's speaking about a situation where, we're trying to adjust within a situation that's already troubled. Men have to uphold the standards. What makes a woman virtuous is high moral standards.
Right.
Our women don't have high moral standards.
I like that. Yes, sir. I totally agree.
We're talking about making them wise and giving them fairness without them even showing that they have any standards. So if a woman has standards in femininity and womanhood, working and also being dutiful to her home, that's not a man demanding anything. That's a woman showing up, being a woman.
Excellent.
And
right.
exemplifying femininity.
Right.
We shouldn't have to ask for a woman to be a woman and then provide a space for her to be a woman, because no one asks. See, they always say, be a man. Be a man. And we know what it means to be a man. So we're just saying, be a woman. And now it's like, oh, because the woman now wants to be, everybody wants to play the role of a side chick, because a side chick is a girl that you pay and have no demands for, right? So all the women now says, hey, take care of me, treat me like a side chick, I'll give you the sex as long as you give me money and make me feel good and look good and take me on vacations. Then I'm going to show you what being feminine is. So that's part-time femininity. That's
it's part-time. Hold tight. Let me shout out these super chats. Shout out to the Casual Observer. The Casual Observer. Black women are being disingenuous with interpretation paradoxes, requests, unfair requirements, etc. You're right, brother. I think I read that. Also, to Christopher said that black women hate that black men are their only real option. I agree with that. And also to the Ingram Experience, he gave the $50 super chat. Thank you, Mr. Ingram. Somebody else gave. Let me scroll down. I'm missing these super chats. Shout out to my man Original D. He said, I just want to show my appreciation. I think I read that earlier. Hold tight, guys. I'm still catching some of these super chats. Shout out to Snuggle. Snuggle said, I would like you to explain the mental acuity of the people in the community? Do you think they understand what goes on and what those delusions look like? I try to address that young lady at some point. Shout out to Chris Mayo. He said, great show, brother. You broke down April Mason with mastery. Thank you, brother. Thank you. Thank you 100%. Also, thank you, brothers. Shout out to Top Gun for the $5 super chat. Those women submit after they are 40 on their hours on their job. Why it's so hard to bring it home? Shout out to my man Black Ken. Black Ken said there's no other group of men on the planet that have to be Superman. You're right, brother. That's my point. They get submission and cooperation. Exactly. Only black men, and that's my damn point of contention. Julio don't have to do it. But why the black men got to be these super icons? When I was in Brazil, those men didn't have nowhere near the hard work ethic as black men, but they still got cooperation. They still got femininity. Hold tight. I'm about to finish reading these super chats. We're going to finish the conversation. Hold tight. And then shout out to my man, James Turner. That's my homie. James Turner said that April Mason says that women expectations are too high. But listen to her with the leader Turner. She's not gauging those expectations against what the men want. Right, brother. But she's comparing what other women want and what April feels as though she qualified. No doubt. And that's excellent. Because as I said earlier, men are the prize catchers. That's a term that I created. So if you hear anybody in this space using that term, know you got it from the kosher clinician. Because if it ain't seven, it ain't kosher. If it ain't kosher, it ain't right. So the prize catcher. It's time for men to return to their rightful role as men. We are the prize catchers. We determine what a woman should be and if she's wife ready. The Ingram experience, I need you to balance the scales, brother. What are you thinking about this conversation? And thank you for the generous super chat, brother, donation. Thank you, brother.
Hey, thank you, brother. This is a great conversation to have the brothers on the panel. And I think part of the issue that a lot of black men in America have is they don't know their worth.
Right. They don't know their worth. Right.
So you can get goofy chicks like April Mason can come on and have these types of conversation with men who don't know their value. You know, she looks goofy to me. And the idea that these women have all these options at 46 years old is they have options for sex.
Right.
And they have options for simps. But any hardworking black man in America with good character, for them, it's like hitting the lottery. Because if we didn't have that value, why would they be trying to teach these fake femininity classes?
Right.
Why are they trying to adjust? Because marriage to them is value. They really don't care about black men or male issues or whatever. What they care about is marriage, which is a lottery ticket for them. Provisions, protection, security, and also it's a symbols of success for them.
Right.
And you know, because even the most successful women out there, you know, that's one of the things they hold against each other. Well, you ain't married. You can't keep a man.
Right.
So the value of black men are extremely high. We're ranked like second in the world. We need the white men.
Right. And you know, my brother, Dr. Ron Neal, shout out to him for the $20 super chat. Thank you, Dr. Neal. Dr. Neal, I would like you to come on the panel and to break this down as well. He did a show talking about why men don't need game. Dr. Neal said, keep striving, black men. Don't lower your value. And I agree with Dr. Neal 100%. He went with me to Brazil back in May. We went to Brazil together and we looked at things from an anthropological perspective. And I also just came back from Brazil and Dr. Neal went back in the past. And so guys, I told you, once you begin to travel, you begin to see the world for what it is. Travel is the great equalizer for black men. That's why I tell black men to love themselves. Yaziz has been a world traveler. He's traveled all abroad. And Yaziz have given you guys firsthand reports about how black men are treated outside of America. I was talking to some of the locals and some of the men and women together. I said, why do y'all love black men so much? They say that y'all are sexy, y'all got swag, and you know, some said because they're good in bed. that's what they told me. But you know, they love black men are loved abroad, and you don't have to settle for the mediocrity here in America. So Dr. Neal, if you get time, pop on. Tim dropped the link because Doc is my homie. But keep talking, Tim Ingram, because you always balance the scales. When you hear April Mason say that talk about the pathologies of black men, and she always referred to black men in the lens of abuse. What's your take on that?
Well, that's that whole color purple mentality that they have. And what they're trying, once again, with these fake feminine masculine women like April Mason, you know, they show their true colors, you know, because like you said, it's part of that pathology where they mix in some truth with, you know, that feminine masculine energy and that deception. And like I said, it's like a dirty pastor and how you manipulate people But the reality of life is that people like her, they don't really respect black men.
Right.
And again, they're part of they want to get that money and they whatever. And to what the brother was saying about these women having all these options on social media, I used to work around a full office full of them. They got options to get laid. That's it. Because dudes in their DM hitting them up, they just trying to score.
Right.
Trying to buy.
There's a lot of lonely black men out there though. There's a lot of lonely black men that will commit to these women. That's a myth. That's a myth.
They ain't the dudes that they want.
Right. It's simps.
Okay, that's true.
Right.
That's
simps.
Let me tell you something, man. The women, the guys that they really want, don't give them the time of day. So they'll get these goofy dudes in their DMing them, trying to smash. They don't even respect them dudes. You know who do they respect?
They don't desire them.
Yeah, they don't desire them. They're undesirable men. And the reality is that, again, we go back to that 80-20 rule, and we go back to the brothers that are out here putting in that work. The brothers out here putting in that work think that you are of value as a man. You're a valuable commodity.
That's right.
Out here as a black man. So the reality of life is some goofy dude on the internet, whatever he's doing on the internet, they don't respect them dudes. I sit next to one young lady at work. She said, "Look at this goofy dude on the internet here." The moment you start DMing women on the internet, you ain't that dude in the first place.
And you're right. You're right. Right. And a lot of times they're just using for attention anyway. They don't really want them, and so checkmate, you are right. There are many guys in women DMs, but guess what? They got penis options. They don't have husband options. That's the difference. I don't give a damn if you got 1,000 guys in your DM. It means nothing. And because women by nature are very picky, they're going to only give about 5 of them their bodies anyway. You can have 1,000 men in their DMs, but they can only select about 5 to 10. And so it's a waste of a man's time. He's basically minimizing himself and deferring his power, which in essence make him less than a man. Sweet Lulu Bean, you hail from the great country of South Africa. And I said that Sweet Lulu Bean had the spirit of the mongoose. I did a show on that. How would you like to add to the discussion in the unconscious pathologies of April Mason?
Hi, Kosha. Hi, everyone.
How you doing, sister?
I wanted to talk to the gentleman with the dreads.
Yes.
Who said that we can't expect women to go back and be traditional. And I wanted to say that here in the West, being traditional is made to sound like it's an archaic practice. Mm-hmm. It's something that was done way back when, before there was electricity, whereas being traditional is actually a mindset. Being traditional has nothing to do with going back and with oppressing women. Being traditional is asking you to have those values that we used to have as a people.
Right.
Which is, let's have community, let's respect our elders, let's respect our roles as men and women, let's raise our children in the right way. Why is it made to seem like it's something that's not doable? All Black men are asking when they speak about tradition is just be feminine, just be authentic.
Right. And listen, sister, you hail from the great country of South Africa. When you see the paradox of American women compared to African women, what is the biggest paradox that you see? Because in my mind, those women work outside the home too. Some of them, correct? Correct me if I'm wrong.
A lot. I mean, there's more women that worked. I think where I used to work, 60% was made up of women, and then it was broken down into the different various colors. But I mean, Black women made the working force. And like Yazzie said, that in Africa you get in South Africa, I'm speaking about South Africa, is you get people who are educated, get women who are in high positions, but when you go home, you're still a woman. Why is it masculine to be a teacher? Why is it masculine to have a career? What makes you think that women cannot be feminine and be strong? What makes you think that women can't be cunning in business and be strong? You know, so yeah, I think here it's warped. Femininity is seen as something weak. You know, it's seen as something that, you know, panders just because the man is in his rightful role as rightful role as the head of the house. I have an aunt. She's opened so many businesses, and she's the mind behind the business. But when she goes home at lunchtime. They've got 3 businesses. She goes home 12 o'clock. The managers, she makes sure everything is okay. She goes home, she cooks for my uncle and goes right back to work.
Right. Because they see marriage as duty. It's not based on conditions. Who you are is who you are. A masculine man is going to provide regardless of the condition. Can you imagine if a man said, well, I'll make more money if she was more feminine, but until she get feminine, I'm not going to make more money. Men just going to make more money because that's just who we are as men. We're masculine. That's what we do. But all this conditional femininity is driving me crazy because women want marriages and relationships. If every black woman got married today, 2,000 would be without a husband. So while the men jump into all the hoops, they're not getting traditional things that their grandmothers and great-grandmothers got. Lulu Bean, you did an excellent job when you were on the Lead Attorney Show talking about traditionalism and talking about dowry. I want you to talk to the men about why dowry is important and why a woman being virtuous, a virgin, being wife-ready, and also being educated is important, because you did a great show. Because women always talk about, well, you know, they got to have this and he got to have that. But in your country, a woman being a virgin and virtuous and also having a strong father and educating is important. I want you to talk about dowry and the importance of African culture.
Okay, I'll get into that. I just wanted to say just one more thing to the traditional, the being traditional, is one difference is in the West, women are their jobs. Your job is not your identity. When you sleep at night, you are not whatever it is. You are at work. You get what I'm trying to say? As soon as you come through the door, you are whoever you are. I am Lulu when I walk through the door. My career, my studies don't mean anything when I get into my home. So we need to stop identifying. There's success. There is pride in what you have done.
Yes, ma'am.
You have all the right to be proud, but you are not your job. That's not your identity. It's something that you are. It's something that you do, something that you make a living with. And that's all that it is, but it isn't you. So a person like April Mason, when she's talking to you, a person like Kay from Lapeef, when they're talking to you as, I'm April Mason, the relationship counselor with a Tesla. I am Kay with a degree in psychology. And then when you strip that, there's nothing behind, there's nothing to offer. And that's why they're not with men, because she can't be a woman to a man. And it's that simple.
No, I totally agree, sis. Go ahead. I'm sorry. Go ahead.
With regards to the dowry, so it's gifting firstly it's a sign of respect, because and what happens is you don't go as, so let's say I'm going to marry you, Kosha. You don't go directly to my family. You would have to get your elders to represent you. You come alone. You come as a community. It's about, and then your family is who represents you. So the elders would come, they would represent you, and then the male elders on my side of the family, they would talk, and it's that they are trying to find out who you are, what you stand for. Right? In that meeting.
Yes, ma'am.
If they deem you worthy.
Yes, ma'am. If they deem you worthy. Yes, ma'am.
Then that's when you decide talking and negotiating the bride price. And like I said, it's a gift. Remember, before you would gift cows, because you are taking somebody, you are taking a child, you are taking a daughter away from the household. That person used to cook, that person used to clean, that person is their child. And now they're giving you a workmate. They're giving you something that is supposed to make you better. So in a nutshell, that's what it is.
Right. And you know what? The brother said, and he's correct. He said, what's the brother's name? Jay Dan. He said, most of these women have double-digit body counts, but they smell shit when a man asks them to go 50-50 on a date. And based on what he said. And what Jay Daniels basically saying, Sweet Lulu Bean, is this, that if women, they get mad at men talking about going 50-50, but the price of a man being 100% traditional was a woman being a virgin or having a low body. But you got women that want traditional norms, but they don't even meet the requirements of what tradition was in the past. And I think that's what they keep missing. You know, you got chicks like April Mason saying she's dope, but she got 3 kids by 2 different men, and she's damn near 50. April Mason in South Africa would be a nobody minus her money.
Nothing.
You know, she would be a nobody. but my point is, I agree with what Jay Daniels is saying, because there was a time where chastity was important to a man marrying a woman. Actually, chastity was the norm. Being chaste was just normal. It wasn't no big deal because everybody was chaste. And men are the arbiters of chivalry. We're the ones that decided what chivalry was. Women said, where did chivalry go? Well, damn it, chivalry went back in the 60s during the damn sexual revolution when you want to be like Becky, giving your virtue away. Black women at one time were some of the most conservative women in the world. They respected themselves. They conducted themselves like ladies. My mother and my grandmother were like that. But they're not like that anymore because they took on some of the liberal ideologies of white liberals. And they lost their virtue, damn it, trying to be like Becky and them. And guess what? Becky and them getting your husbands. Go ahead. Go ahead, sister. Go ahead.
And listen to the men, because I'm also learning.
Yes, ma'am.
So just in closing, with the 50-50 thing, what I don't understand is, let's just say, for example, you work in a contact center, you work in a call center, and you meet a guy who works in a call center, and you're both earning $17.50 or whatever it is. Why then would you expect this man to foot your bill? Mm-hmm. So I find women get with men who they don't take into account, what does this man do? You get what I'm trying to say? Mm-hmm. So you can't expect to get with you can't expect a man to treat you, a man who's got an ordinary job, who maybe works at McDonald's, to treat you the way a high value man would, or a man with means.
Right.
You understand? So if you're both in college together, go half on that hamburger, whatever it is you're going out with, because that's where you are. Meet each other where you're at. You're not going to necessarily meet this man who's in a position to give you the world and buy you roses. You might just have to work together.
Right. And women of the past understood duty. Women now come to the finish line after the man get the bag. But women of the past, like Fannie Lou Hamer, understood that she had to support her man, because you know what I've learned, Sweet Lulu Bean? It's like when we're in crisis, the women are better. Tough times make tough men, but easy times make soft men. And that same goes for a lot of our women. The times have been too easy, therefore they can't respect hard work, tradition, and family. But a time is coming when they're going to wish they had a masculine man, because according to the book of Isaiah said the time will come when there'll be 7 women to 1 man. 7 women to 1 man. So, Sweet Lulu Bean, thank you, sister. You are always what I call the spirit of the mongoose. You know, you always be killing them serpents. And you might take bites, but you keep bouncing back. And make sure you and your husband check that show out. And to the guys, the 6 to 8 that are watching, guys, let's get this challenge to 3,000. You're not going to find any content in this space as diverse as what I'm giving you guys. Share the content. Let's get it to 3,000. If the 6 to 8 people that are watching will share the content, you'll help me get to 3,000. So help me get to 3,000, because as Casual Observer said, you got a licensed therapist in the house. I showed you my war trophies on the wall to let you know that I'm not a charlatan. I'm real. So guys, share the content and let's just get this challenge to 3,000. But also to Checkmate, how would you like to add to the counterpoints, Checkmate, Mr. Ingram and some of the other brothers?
Well, following up what the lady just talked about, the reason why, I think we already know this, the reason why women expect guys to pay on the first date, because they think, feel, or already know we want sex. So in their head is like, okay, we're going on a date. I know what you want. You paying. I mean, it's that simple. You know, it's unrealistic to expect women to pay half, where on average, the guys are the men pursuing sex and the women are the choosers. They're going to have sex with who they choose, who they want to have sex with. So that's part of the reason why they have this mentality. Okay, you're paying.
Can I respond to that? Like, for instance, I don't date women. I'm 47 years old, retired. Women deliver me sex. You understand? I don't chase women. I don't pursue women. I don't take them on dates. I just exist in the world on my purpose. I work out. I take care of my body. I socialize with women, and they just give me what I want. Because what I've learned about women is this thing called indifference. So if a young man was to ask me how to talk to women, I might take him on a 10-mile run. I might put him on a 3-day fast. Because what I want to teach him is it's not about your ability to talk to women. It's about your ability to say no to women. It's like we're playing a basketball game and you had one move, and that is a football game. And that one move is to take away their vagina from us. That's it. That's the power right there. You would lose the game every time to me because you make one move. That's it. So I don't want to sound like I'm that guy with whatever women, but what I'm saying to you is that when men are on their purpose, when men are confident, you don't have to work for women. Women will work for you. And that's the mentality a lot of our brothers don't have. To make a man, could you imagine the trials or tribulations that I've had to go through? 22 years law enforcement, collegiate athlete, Division I, semi-pro, all those things. To be who I am, I had to earn my value. Their value is about their wound, their purity to us. But there's just one thing they have they can take away from you. And once you don't care about it, you get women. It's the guys that, and so if I invite a woman to a date, which I don't, I will pay because I'm a man and I can afford to pay. You understand what I'm saying? But she's there at my, courtesy. But to me, she has no power because I can invite 100 different women. I could jump on a plane and fly to a different country and get women.
You got to change your paradigm.
About 10. Once you get rid of that scarcity mindset, the power is gone. But I don't want to sound like I'm not a pickup artist type guy. What I try to do is teach guys their value. You're more valuable than a woman your age. It's because think about it in terms of, like I said, if a woman gets a hold of a good, hardworking, good character Black guy that takes care of himself, that does whatever he's supposed to do, she's hit the lottery. And you're a lottery ticket if you're that guy. Guys just don't understand their value.
Well, value is subjective. You can have a certain view of how valuable you feel or think you are, but that won't affect how the woman feels how valuable you are. That's why some men will get more sex or whatever they want from women more than other men.
Yes.
It's because everybody has their own subjective views of who's valuable and who isn't. And
it's not even about value. Sometimes it's about indifference because Pookie and Ray Ray get laid all the time. And the reality of it is just they have a certain mentality, which is they don't have a scarcity mindset and they operate with a certain level of, confidence. So it's a mentality that I think what happened with a lot of us in this country, and so the kosher talks about it a lot, is we're programmed to be subservient to women, and we don't understand our value. And that's what has to be reprogrammed.
Right.
Because when you walk and move a certain way, and a woman realizes that she is replaceable, and you don't need her, she operates in your space totally different than if she thinks that you think that you're looking at her as some kind of prize or you're trying to get at her or whatever. It's what it is. I just don't operate that way. And that has worked out for me because I really don't care.
Right. Indifference. Right.
Indifference.
You're indifferent. Right. 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 Guys, I want to ask you guys a couple more questions. Any of the ladies want to come up and add to the conversation. Thank you, Checkmate, for your explanation. You did a great job.
Kosher,
Yes,
can
sir.
I
Go
touch
ahead.
on this point real quick?
Yeah, go ahead, Joel. Go ahead, brother. Go ahead.
The dating thing. So I'm assuming you're probably a top 20% of men today, right?
Yes, sir. Well, actually, probably top 15% or 10 because I'm 6'5", 6'6" with shoes on. I always like to add with the shoes on.
And also the brother below you, I can't see the names.
Ingram Experience. He's 6'7".
So from my perspective, my dating experience back in college, of course, since I was younger, I wasn't top 20%, right? Because I couldn't earn like what you guys are doing now, right? So the get around, like your perspective is 100% true, but like I said, you guys are probably already the top of 20%. So yes, you have the leverage. But when I was younger, when it comes to 50-50 dating, I never asked a woman to pay for a date.
Right.
However, what I did instead was I did things alternative to asking a woman out on a date, like a dinner date. When I say a date, I mean like a dinner date where I'm paying. So I would say, hey, do you want to come hang out with me? Let's go to the library. Let's go to the park. Stuff that showed that she had interest in me. And then once I realized she actually had interest in me or whatever, then I would continue to deal with her. And if I went out somewhere and she would come along with me, I'd be like, hey, I'm more than willing to pay. Now that's not to say things probably did end up 50-50, but I never asked them to pay. And here's another big plus. If a woman offers to pay, maybe she's a little more willing, because like I said, we were broke college kids, and maybe I paid for the first few dates and she's like, oh, I got this one this time or whatever. I'll be like, sometimes I'd be more than willing to accept, but usually I'd decline just because, that's what I did. But here's one thing I can say is I never actually went on a date with a woman that I wasn't already intimate with. So I kind of, it was kind of different for me as well. So it's not like, because some guys today, especially the beta male orbiters, their first ticket into the door is they think that, oh, if I take her out on this expensive date, then she'll want to have sex with me. They come from it from the whole, from the wrong, mindset already, where they're simping from the jump. Whereas with me and men like yourselves, you guys already have the leverage and power. I didn't technically have the leverage and power when I was a young broke college kid, even though I was working 3 jobs, but I was more so like, okay, I'm only going to deal with women that value me for the type of man I am and the type of man that I'm developing, because I'm still in process. I'm still under 30, but I was still in process, and that's the woman I chose to deal with, because you're not going to be able to deal with every woman. Let's just be real. You deal with the woman that I guess you could say, I say you date what you are. So if you're that type of guy where you will be that top 10, 20%, women usually see those qualities. Like my wife, she saw her father's an executive at a Fortune 500. And she told me the reason why she chose me was because she saw the same qualities in me that she saw in her father, so.
But your wife grew up in a traditional home where she saw order and balance. Most modern women are not growing up in those kinds of domiciles. They don't even see it. So your wife could have... Yeah, go ahead.
Kosher, even in her situation, even though when she was younger, she was raised with her father and mother were never married. They actually split, but she was raised with her father.
Right.
And then eventually what happened was her up in Jersey, and he had a successful business up there as well. Then they moved down to North Carolina. So she had her father in the household with her. So yeah.
Well, guys, listen. Yeah. Guys, listen. I need you guys to please share the content, guys. Because I'm sure I'm gonna take a hit. Some folks ain't gonna like the show tonight, but I need every brother to share this content. Every man share this content. Let's get the show let's get this champ platform to 3,000 guys. Shout out to all the good sisters that are listening. That are trying to learn and understand men. This is a men's space. You're getting it raw, unfiltered. You're hearing men speak with truth, clarity, and conviction. But Snuggles asked a question, and I want Aziz to answer this question, and also MC Recovery. Is cooking and cleaning part of a woman's job? Yes or no? Please explain. So, Aziz, what do you think about it? And then also MC Recovery. And is cooking and cleaning part of a woman's job?
Well, from what I've learned, from the home that I come from and in the places where I go to, cooking and cleaning is a duty that a woman wants to do when she wants to show her allegiance to a man. So generally, if cooking and cleaning is definitely a woman's job, because you have to cook to eat and you have to keep a clean environment. So then when you bring when a man provides a home, a shelter, he's going to make sure he secures the parameters and everything, and he's going to provide provisions into that environment. And generally, a woman within that environment wants to make sure that her children and her family is nourished properly, so the man could be strong enough to go back out there and hunt, and so that her children can grow up strong. So that's a part of her duties to cook. At the same time, when she has children and when she's nurturing and taking care of her children and raising them, cleaning the environment, that's a part of her, that's part of what she has to do as a woman. So yes, cooking and cleaning is a part of being a woman. It's a part of a woman's duties. That's being dutiful, you know? So that I agree with, because one thing I've learned is that, you know, allegiance is determined by acts of obedience. And within a home, the person who maintains the home with cooking and cleaning, make sure that the whole family is nutrified, is generally the woman that does it because of a nurturing nature.
I like that. You're right. That's part of her allegiance to her husband. And that goes back to what I was saying. You got a lot of women that are Christian in name only. They're called CNOs, Christian in name only, because the gospel tells them about being obedient to their husband. And obedience does not mean that men abuse power. But see, many women, guys, come into relationships already with a wall up from dealing with bad men. That's why I don't believe automatically, just because you put a woman in a good environment, that she's going to acquiesce to your demands as a man. If she was a woman that has not been imprinted by bad men, I think the potential is a lot higher. But the more she's imprinted by multiple men, it's going to be hard for her to follow you as a man. Because now she's schizoid. She's very schizoid in her temperament. So how can she hear your voice when she's heard the voice of Raekwon the Man? She can't hear your voice. But if you get a woman that's been on a dowry, she can hear your voice because your voice is the only man that she knows. MC Recovery, what's your take on a woman cooking and cleaning? Is that a woman's job? What's your take on it?
Well, it's a woman's job, but in this day and era, my son's mother, and she didn't know how to fairly cook. So, you know, when I would call my mother, and then I would complain about it, and then just to speed things up, then I heard it on Kevin Samuel's show. Just because I know how to cook, I went in there trying to give her some lessons. Mm-hmm. She would get frustrated. So I honestly saw from one of Kevin Samuel's screams that I was out of bounds, because, you know, but in a way I was like, you know, trying to give her the right temperature and stuff. But she was real immaculate when it came to cleaning the house, folding the clothes. These are the stuff that I don't want to too much do. Like especially the folded clothes part. But you know, the stuff I like doing is do the yard work, because I had the type of dad that wired that into us. But, that's right. And take out the trash, and that's what I'm teaching to my son here. Like you know, clean up, even if stuff from next door blow over, just get it up. So, you know, but the cooking and cleaning, that is like a treat, because with that kind of femininity, see, when she did cook, I had no problem of taking her out. Mm-hmm. Mm-hmm. I had no problem taking her out. I had no problem about going to the mall. Only when it gets like an hour, and then I just say I'm gonna go over there and do, you know, just wait.
Starting with Mr. Ingram, is April Mason a chameleon? Starting with Mr. Ingram, is April Mason a chameleon?
She not only is a chameleon, she's a con artist. Mm-hmm. Which she's, you know, and you know, first thing, she's trying to repackage used goods and sell it at brand new prices, and she has a delusional sense of self and self-value. And I think what happens a lot of times is, you know, and I guess a lot of times men, we can blame ourselves for it too, but her thing is, if women are not feminine, and that's supposed to be their nature, you have to teach women how to be what they're supposed to be. That means something has mutated. from its original form. And to think that even at 46 years old, she has this delusional sense of self, and even her SMV, she has this delusional sense of value just because she may work out a little bit, have a body or whatever, and maybe the guys pump her head up or whatever. But at the end of the day, what she's really doing with teaching these women who are not feminine, who are not traditional, how to disguise themselves as feminine women, it is a con game. It is dangerous for men, because that man marries that woman, he gets in a relationship with her. A year later, the monster comes in, or 2 years later, the guy has to go divorce this woman, get divorce raped in court, or loses his kid in whatever custody thing. That is dangerous. And I think she's a dangerous woman.
Checkmate. Is April Mason a chameleon? If so, why?
Well, as I said earlier, I think she's just another internet online personality. I think she's, I think she's just portraying a certain character, to get views and all the other stuff. I don't believe much what she says. So I think it's pretty much all an attention money grab to her. That's why I stand with April pretty much.
So you think it's clout chasing?
Yes, absolutely.
No doubt. MC Recovered. Is April Mason a chameleon? And if so, why?
Well, it's like what I was saying in the feed. She had a lot of double. She was doing a lot of switch reels and double talk. It's like what Ingram said, conning. So it's like it is dangerous, because this is that remind me of a lot of relationships that I had right in the past, dude. At the beginning stages, it seems like you found the one, and later down the road, this ain't the same individual that you really met. So that's see, because when she retired, right, when she quit, I was amazed by all that writing that she wrote. And I was amazed about that resume. So it's like it's a dangerous game, because now her resume make it look like she did one thing, but the lead attorney showed something else.
Right. And not only the lead attorney showed something else. Yesterday, the lead attorney did a show with Abin Preach, with Donovan Sharp being upset. And, a guy came on with a comment. I had to catch that, where they said she was shaded as F. And then the guy speaks. He did a show and he talked about her, and and he showed her for her true nature. And that's why men are so reluctant. Because see, listen, guys, women are imprinted through sex mostly, but men are imprinted through the mind. When a man gives a woman his heart, a man is most vulnerable. Just like when a man gives a woman his seed, she's most vulnerable. Many men have given many women their hearts and their minds only to be deceived and hurt. And that's why men are so cautious, because they know that in this current market that we live in, it's a zero-sum game where they can lose everything they got if they give it to the wrong woman. So men have to be equally careful. And I like what Aziz is more or less advocating: travel abroad. Does it mean the women abroad are not committed? Some of them? No. Does it mean if you're a sucker in America, you'll be a sucker overseas? Yes. But you got some of these goofy game coaches that say, oh, you guys go abroad because you can't get women. Why would you waste your time on fallow ground here in America? That makes no sense to me.
Exactly.
If I was a single man in the game, women wouldn't be an issue for me. My metric alone would get me in the game. I'm 6'5". I'm highly educated. I make good money. I'm a top tier man, so I'm not worrying about women. Women would be the last of my concerns, because I know the women want masculine men. I have a big heart. I'm very romantic, but you can get checked too. Don't get it twisted. Don't think because I'm nice, I'm a sucker. I don't care who it is, man or woman. I got a big heart, but you can get this work if you try me. I don't care who it is. So I don't get caught up in, you ain't got no game. Why would I waste my time on something that don't meet my standards? That makes no sense. Joy the Miller Child, is April Mason a chameleon? If so, why?
Absolutely. It's not even because mind you, she did have some points in there, like you said, blended truth and the buffoonery. It wasn't even the her talking about how she controls she can get married anytime she wants. It wasn't even the point where she was talking about what was it? She had said something about the color purpling and all that stuff. It wasn't even that. What stood out to me was towards the end of the conversation, and we as we know, the gynocracy that we know as the sisterhood today, right? They like to use sex to manipulate the men and everything like that. They overvalue sex. And sure enough, like clockwork, towards the end of that conversation with the lead attorney, what did she start talking about? She started talking about dark femininity, bringing out the stripper poles, getting it down in the bedroom, all
Right.
that. And I was like, and I'm like, and it was funny to me because I'm like, she checked off all the boxes. Of course, she's currently, I believe she's single. She's in her 40s or something like that. Like she checked off all the
46.
boxes.
46.
And I remember I was on a show earlier this week or last week, and I was like, don't confuse passion with aggression or masculinity, right? Because there was a feminine woman who got a little passionate on the call, but she had the outcomes. And that's when I was like, okay, maybe true femininity is based on the outcomes and not just how someone acts.
Right.
Meaning she was able to be a wife to a husband for however many decades. But when someone talked about a certain thing, like I think it was family or something like that, and she got passionate, she got, you know how women do, they get in their feelings. She got a little loud and everything. And I was telling the chat, don't get confused with what she was doing with masculinity. That's more so just her passion. And when it comes to April, she doesn't have the outcome. She doesn't have the husband. She doesn't have all that a real feminine woman would have.
What's
So,
your
yes.
take on when she say, "Well, I can have a man if I want to. I can get a man." You think you think she's capping? What's your take on that?
Yeah, she is capping big time. That's exactly what is it Kevin was talking about in one of the shows. He was like, these women that think that they can just cut it on and off like that and then get a husband and not realizing they don't have the leverage anymore. However, like I said before, that dark femininity she was talking about, that getting on the stripper pole, these young guys, they're vulnerable to that. So I will say that. But a real man, like a guy of your status, like the top 20%, no, not even.
And you know the thing about April Mason sold herself early on as a virtuous woman. April Mason would dress very conservative, but then all of a sudden she started showing her breasts and all. She started to change, and so she turned a lot of women off because she came off and said she was virtuous, like the Nicole Michelles of the world. But then April Mason began to show her true nature, and I thought maybe April had took a turn for the good. But I knew in the back of my mind, I said she's probably feigning it. She's not really genuine. And that's what guys are beginning to see. Guys are beginning to see modern women for what they are. We don't even take it personal anymore. Marriage rates are dropping, and guys don't really care. It's sad because there's a remnant of decent women that are trying to do the right thing, but it's the other women that's making it harder for them. Because every time the good women say, well, I'm trying to serve my man, they say, you a pick me, or girl, I ain't doing all that. But those are the same women, if you turn your back, they're trying to take your man. They're trying to take your man in a heartbeat. You turn your back and she'll be in your man's DM trying to take your man because, listen, time's about to get real hard. And women by nature are survivalists. It's in their nature to survive, but it's that default mechanism. They're nesters. And so there's a song back in the past said, a sucker for love. And some of these brothers about to be suckers for love. And I don't want to see no man being a sucker for love because he's been used by a woman that didn't love him, but only wanted him for his benefits.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah,
Kosher, can I say something to that point?
Uh-huh.
What a lot of brothers are, women like April Masons are repackaged alpha widows. They've been imprinted upon, they've been branded, and they understand what they're looking for now is not a man. They're looking for security. Security in relationship, because they understand as they get older, their value is gone. So if you get one of these repackaged alpha widows, you will never meet that standard of that guy who did whatever he did to her. So she's always going to desire that guy. She's always going to want that guy, and you're not that guy. And that's even when I tell guys, if a woman, just only date women that are interested in you. You can't make nobody like you. So when you get these repackaged alpha widows like April selling femininity on the internet, you know right off the back, you know, for most men don't realize they're getting conned. You know, I mean, look at what Will Smith is going through. He got an alpha widow. I mean, so no matter how much money you make, you're not going to match the standard of that guy who that lineman in college that blew her back out or did whatever he did to her. You always got to the back of her mind.
And that's why I keep telling guys, if most women had their virtue, if you put them in the right environment, then perhaps they would more be able to acquiesce. But a lot of these women have been imprinted. You can put them in a house and they talk about them being the feminine all you want to. Eventually, they're going to get bored. They're going to get sick of you because if she's used to a man that can blow her back out and make her toes curl like the witch on the Wizard of Oz, when that house fell on her toes start curling, what do you think you can do with your 6-inch phallus if she's used to a man with a 9-inch phallus to make her toes curl? You're not going to do a damn thing to her. You can't do because that's what her body's used to. But she'll use you as a sucker for love. She'll use you until you see your goof behind the divorce court crying, telling me I thought you loved me. I'm telling you guys, there's level to this game, man. I don't want to see a man being broken and crying and thinking about killing himself because he thought he had a woman that loved him. A lot of these women are broken. And no matter what you do, it's never enough. That's why you got chicks that look like Shamu, this big 600-pound chick talking about what she deserved. But the crazy thing about it, guys, a 600-pound woman won't want to date a 600-pound man. You see how crazy that is?
You see the Lizzo effect. The Lizzo. I made a video on that shit, man.
Right, like, the Lizzo effect, right.
And you think about it like this, like she doesn't care about like an overweight brother. In her mind, she thinks that her economic status qualifies us for a man. What Lizzo's really about is she doesn't want standards. Mm-hmm. She wants to do whatever she wants to do. She doesn't want to meet any type of standards. And
called accountability.
But she wants to get the man that she wants. Mm-hmm. So if she really was about body positivity, man, she'd be dating big brothers. She wouldn't even care. You know what I mean? But it's not about that. It's about women being able to get whatever they want without having to live up to anything or any standards. Mm-hmm. And you see the same thing with these women on the internet. What are they really about? Repackaging things to good, hardworking brothers out here, trying to make them think that they're getting some gold or whatever. But like the coach show always talk about it. That's when he talked about the 7 steps to optimize men. Mm-hmm. When guys travel abroad and go other places and they understand their value, you're not going to entertain these April Mason type.
You won't. You won't even look at
impossible.
Her. Right. April Mason, Aziz know what I'm talking about. April Mason would be invisible in Africa. She would be invisible in Brazil. She would be a nobody.
The Nigerian men would definitely take advantage of her, though.
Tell me how. Tell the audience how.
Well, Nigerian men, they're masters in emotional manipulation generally, right? Mm-hmm. So a woman who's like her 46 years old, see, they play fool to catch wise, mm-hmm. So if you think you're too smart, you'll talk a lot and you'll be giving up all of yourself and your personality. Mm-hmm. And they'll come and they'll play the whole, my sister, how are you? This and that, and that. No, I love you, baby. You're my type. You're everything that a man been. They'll play the whole thing up. Next they'll think they got a ripped up black dude, tall, all of that. They'll play the whole Nigerian. Just like what happened with Eddie Murphy's wife. She got him for $50 million. Nigerian man came and took that $50 million. April Mason would end up just like that, mm-hmm. because that emotion, when that touches that core of that woman and hit that chakra in there, they can't control that. They think they do everything from that. Mm-hmm. You know what I'm saying? And when it comes to a woman, whatever they treasure, that's where their heart is also.
Right.
And they'll lock them in to treasure them. And once they treasure them, it's over with. Next thing you know, the guy will say he's a doctor, he's doing this big deal, hey baby, I need your help. And they know how to lay down an art masterfully to cause somebody to react emotionally. Mm-hmm,
mm-hmm.
Yeah. And I've seen it a million times.
Right. Checkmate. Let me ask you a question. Are you married, brother? And where did you come through your evolution of seeing women for what they really are? Are you married, brother?
No, I'm single. I'm a single man. Mm-hmm. I came to the realization, I say within the last, decade, 10 years. I pretty much was a gradual learner. Mm-hmm. And I see the reality. Well, my reality, what I feel, what I see, what is the reality of what's really going on out here.
Okay, all right. Joel, the Miller Child, when did you go through your evolution, brother?
Man, I can't even tell you to be honest because the reason why like I wasn't fooled by April Mason because unfortunately my mother to a certain extent is an April Mason. So I'm very familiar with manipulation and now she doesn't have fake femininity. My mother is feminine. It's just she knows how to weaponize it like white women do. Like she's very, very effective at it. So to be honest, that's actually one of the things I can credit my mother with is she very much exposed to me a lot of the how can I say issues or dangers of dealing with women. Like she let me I learned firsthand that women absolutely will go on a date with a man just for the meal and have no interest in him whatsoever. You know, I learned how all the manipulation tactics, like you guys call it the sign language and everything. It was a constant thing in my household. She kicked my stepfather out the house, et cetera. So like I learned it firsthand through life experience. And so if I had to say when I woke from it, I was always kind of something. It never settled with me. Like I always knew something wasn't right, but I guess I could say I probably realized that something was really like it was really her. Probably when I got to high school. So probably when I was about 14, 15 years old.
Guys, we're going to sign off in a few minutes. This has been an epic show. This has been a very powerful show, almost 4 hours to the stream. But the name of the stream was The Unconscious Pathologies of April Mason. I'm starting with Mr. Ingram. What surprised you the most about this uncovering of April Mason after I gave her a surgical execution? What was the most profound thing that stood out like, wow? What gave you that wow moment as it relates to April Mason, real quick?
I think the wow moment with April Mason is her own analysis of her self-value and her being the prize. And if you look at her history, you look at her relationship status and just her attitude in general, you know, I can recognize fake femininity from a mile away. So if a 46-year-old woman with 3 kids that hasn't been married thinks that she's a prize, I think we're at a point of delusion where I think brothers just need to just go overseas and get a woman. I mean, I'm not even it's beyond saving at this point. You know.
What was your wow moment, checkmate, about the uncovering of April Mason and deceptive female nature?
To be honest with you, nothing really surprises me what I see online anymore. You know, I just see different personalities, different people saying different things to get attention and money grabs and all this other stuff. So, I mean, nothing what she said really made me say, wow, you know what I'm saying? This is like, it's just another character to me, you know? Nothing surprises me what I see on the internet anymore, pretty much.
Right.
That's where I stand.
Right. MC Recovery, what was your wow moment as it relates to the uncovering of April Mason? What was your wow moment?
The wow moment was when she was making it seem like because she hang out with these high value men that she knows. So, you know, that one there was kind of like, huh?
Me too.
So birds of a feather supposed to flock together.
Right. Joel the Miller Child, what was your wow moment as it relates to April Mason? What was your wow moment? We got my man, what's his name, from the Five Heartbeats. We got Eddie Ruffin in the house from The Temptation. but real quick, what was your wow moment? Then Doc gonna speak. What was your wow moment, Joel the Miller Child, about April Mason? What was your wow moment?
It was a combination of what he just said about the whole her thinking she's just because she hang out with those guys, and also when she said she can get a husband whenever she wants, that or to that effect.
Yaziz, what was your wow moment after I gave this surgical execution on April Mason? What was your wow moment, brother?
Yeah, there was the wow moment was the fact that she actually like mixed truth with lies, meaning like she was using manosphere talking points. But then at the same time, she had to protect her position because she was single with 3 kids and no husband. So she also had to protect that and also glorify that position with at the same time saying all the talking points of the manosphere. And I was like, okay, is this woman delusional? Because she was very double-minded. It's like, okay, are you really standing for being a single woman and promoting that, or are you really sincere about what men need and what men desire? And then you start speaking about, oh, high value men, and then she decided to redefine what a high value man is.
Right. We got Eddie Ruffin in the house. You know, this is the resurrection of David David Ruffin. David Ruffin is the esteemed PhD Dr. Neil, hails at one of the greatest universities in North Carolina. I'm not going to call the name. I'll let him do it. But Dr. Neil did a great show on tonight. I was listening to his show while I was coming home to do mine, and he was telling black men that black men don't have to listen to game coaches. Dr. Neil, I want you to tell the audience who you are and what you got from this classical execution of April Mason. Real quick, Doc. So tell the audience who you are, brother. And guys, give a round of applause for my brother and my friend, my travel expat, Dr. Ron Neal, that joined me in the beautiful state of Rio de Janeiro, Brazil. What did you get from the show, Doc, and the uncovering of April Mason? What did you get from it, brother?
Let me just say this, man. Peace and brothers. Peace and blessings to all the brothers who are here tonight, and to everybody else who's in the chat. I want to give a shout out to Coach and Clinician for the wonderful work that he's doing.
Thank you, brother.
I just want to say this, and I put this in the chat, in the super chat and everything. Brothers, do not lower your value. Brothers, know your worth. You need to be wary of people like April Mason. She is a hustler. She is a snake oil salesman. She is a charlatan. She is a fraud. She is a scammer. She is all those things, okay? She's the kind of woman who wants to switch the economy. Here's the thing, brothers. We as black men, we are the buyers, all right? We are the buyers, all right? The women are the sellers.
Right.
We're the ones who buy the product, the commodities. We buy the houses. We buy the cars. We buy the jewelry, we buy the gold, we buy all that kind of stuff. You know what I'm saying? We're the ones who put up the capital to do all that kind of stuff.
Right.
We're the ones who bring value to everything.
Right.
And what April Mason wants to do is she wants to invert everything. She wants to change it.
Right.
She wants to put women in a position of the buyer. She wants to put women in the position as the one who is the consumer, who sets the prices and all that kind of stuff. You know what I'm saying?
Yes, sir. Right.
And what we have to do is recognize that this is a scam.
It's a scam, no doubt.
She wants men to invest in something that does not bring a high return. There is no ROI, okay, in a 46-year-old woman, 3 kids, all right, 1 husband, half a husband, a quarter of a husband, a tenth of a husband. There is no way for us to make a reasonable investment in that. And I gotta give her credit for being a scammer. I gotta give her credit for being a master capitalist. I gotta give her credit for playing on the vulnerabilities of men. But the thing is that she can only be successful at that when men do not know their value, when they don't know their worth. Okay, that we are the ones who are, we are the buyers. No, she is not the one who is the prize.
Right.
She wants you to believe that she is.
Right.
If that were the case, she'd be married right now.
Right.
If that were the case, she would have a relationship. If that were the case, she would not be talking the way in which she does. It simply is what it is. She hangs around all these, she claims that she does, all these high value men, all these men that get all this money and these resources and capital and all that sort of thing, and she is still single.
She's still single.
Doesn't make any sense.
Right.
Math simply does not play out. And brothers are warranted. She is no different. And I did a stream on dating coaches today. She is no different from the dating coaches who are out there.
I totally agree.
Manipulate men. And I said the dating coaches are fundamentally, they are male feminists. When you deal with the dating coaches, what they do is they elevate the woman, the female, over the man. So what they do is they put her up here and they put you down here.
That's
and
right.
what you have to do is you have to work your way up to her.
Right.
You have to sell yourself to her. You have to sell yourself to the queen. Okay. And brothers, in the economy of North America, that simply doesn't work. The mathematics, the money, the market, it just doesn't. It's not a real thing. It's fake. It's phony. It's fraudulent. And so brothers are warranted in rejecting her. She looks good. She's a fun girl. At her age, all she's gonna be able to do is bust it wide, drop it like it's hot, and the brother is gonna move on. That's just the reality of the situation. She's not gonna get married. If she gets married, she's gonna get married to an old simp who got 1 foot in the grave. Okay, who really ain't worried about what he's gonna lose. Okay,
that's right.
But a man her age. I'm 48 years old. I'm 48 years old. I am not going to invest.
It's impossible.
In someone like her.
Right.
Okay?
I'm 47.
And David Ruffin, that old simp. And David Ruffin, that old simp, gonna be saying, "I was a fool to let you go."
And the thing about men,
that's it. That's all I wanted to say, man. I love the stream, you brothers.
Thank you, man.
You all hit on every aspect of this problem, and that's what we have to do in this space, man.
Well, listen,
you, man.
Doc, real quick, and guys, go check out Dr. Ronald Neal. His name is Doc Ronald Neal. Go check out the Ingram Experience. Check out Joel the Miller Child, too. They all have channels. Real quick, tell the brothers about world travel in less than 3 minutes. What world travel did for you and your psyche as a man in less than 3 minutes.
I'm going to say this, man, and I said this earlier this evening, is that we have a broken market here in America, okay? And brothers need to understand that the market is broken, and brothers need to understand that there is an international market that is open, that's available, that wants black men, that needs black men, that welcomes black men. And what you need to understand is that when you travel abroad, when you open your options, when you expand your horizons and enter into a different marketplace, then you see what your true value is. It is unfortunate that in America that you are undervalued, all right? And I've been traveling for quite some time, and I've seen this over the course of my late adult life, but in my most recent experiences, and I put this on my YouTube channel, we're going to Brazil, Rio de Janeiro in particular. I plan on going back in the near future. There is a different context. As Coach has said here, and many times, you have a different type of woman that is there, a different type of environment that is there. Brothers, we are loved all over the world. All over the world.
Anywhere you go.
That. And when you explore different terrain, it will elevate you psychically. It will improve your mental health. It will improve your outlook on the world. It will give you a different standpoint in terms of looking at women when you come back to the United States. You will understand the trash market that is the United States once you explore the international market.
Right.
It is what it is.
It is what it is. Right.
Okay?
Right.
All right. And I said this on my YouTube channel, and I'll say this again and again and again. When I went to Brazil, that the Brazilian woman, even if she's a single woman, even if she's a single mother, the Brazilian woman far exceeds. She is far more feminine. She is far more attractive than a woman here in the United States who does not have children. Okay? And what I want you brothers to understand is that when you get out there and you get into work, and I'm not telling you to go out there and simp. You don't want to go out there and simp and do all those sorts of things. But what I'm saying to you, my brothers, is that there is a different environment, a different climate that is amenable to who you are,
right?
Welcomes your resources and all that. And contrary to the people who have never traveled, the people who want to call passport brothers perverts the people who want to call
Minister Jap.
the passport brothers, sex tourists, and all that kind of stuff. Contrary to what they're saying, these women have something that the North American women simply do not have. And when I say that, I mean, I'm talking about Black American women. I'm talking about white women in America. I'm talking about Latina women in America. I'm talking about all kinds of women who have been conditioned by American reality,
secondhand
American
smoke
culture. Okay, it's a different calculus, and brothers need to embrace that. If you don't have your passport,
get
one. Build yourself up. It's not something that is unattainable. It is attainable. You can do it. Working class Black men, lower middle class Black men, middle class Black men, upper middle class Black men, it's for you.
Oh, brother, you said a mouthful, man. And guys, go check out Dr. Ron Neal's channel. Check out the Ingram Experience, Joel the Miller Child. These are my brothers. And Doc, thank you, man. He did a great show tonight talking about Black men, why you don't need game. Dr. Neal and I traveled 2 times. Him and I went back in May. I told him at some point, maybe we can go to Salvador Bahia and check out Brazil. And, you know, he's an esteemed professor. He's a scholar. He's one of the best scholars that I know that's advocating for Black men. It's not too many men in these spaces, guys. That's why I said you guys got to push these channels, guys. I like the super chats and the donations. I'm grateful, but push the channel. This platform should have been at 3,000 a long time ago. It's still teetering, and so go check out Dr. Neal. Check out the brothers on the panel. Let's get this movement, man, because we need to empower our men. Once men are empowered, they can become the better version of themselves. Thank you, Doc, for donating, man. Much love, peace, and blessing, God. We're going to sign off in a few minutes. But before I sign off, guys, starting with Yaziz, what did you get from the show real quick in less than 2 minutes? What did you get from the show in less than 2 minutes?
Man, real quick, he closed it out real nice. Is that what he said, like, you know, you got Black women that are chameleons, and a lot of men are settling for what's in their backyard, and they need to go further to see that there's more variety out there. There's things that are better for them. That a Black man doesn't have to settle for standards that he has to, like, you imagine looking up to a standard that's way below you. You don't have to go after that. You know, you can get quality. You can get quality in education and mind and thought and in obedience and submission and womanhood. You can get all of those qualities from a Black woman. It's just not going to be a Western Black woman, and that's the reality.
I totally agree. What do you want to say, Yaziz, to the chameleons that are listening?
To the chameleons, I mean, it's going to be very difficult to shapeshift once a man experiences a real feminine woman.
Right. No doubt. I love you. I love you, Aziz. You always bring a lot of clarity and insight. Joel, the Miller Child, what did you get from the show tonight, brother? In less than 2 minutes.
Yes, well, he closed it out. He gave a pretty good synopsis of everything. So I don't even think I don't have to add anything. But I will just say, beware of the dangers. And I don't like, I too didn't like that whole Minister Jap thing where he was just attacking it from one point, because he made it seem like men that travel abroad just want sex and like they're not looking for wives in general. So I don't like how he tried to paint a certain narrative, and he only focused on that one point of it. But that's all I got to say.
Yeah, he's funny to say the least. He was on my homie's channel, but I laughed at it. You know, he got a right to believe what he want to believe. Men that travel can do what they want to do. What they do between them and God. You know, every man that travels is not going to do whatever. They're just trying to see the world. But it's funny to me that anytime Black men exercise options, it's an issue, because the time gonna come where women gonna wish they had a good Black man. MC Recovery, what did you get from the show, brother? In less than 2 minutes, how was it beneficial? What did you learn from the show?
Well, I learned that that I'm just glad that I had an opportunity to come into the space, and then I hope for those women that is listening could check the other women, just like these moderators is doing, and I hope they check the other women on certain dating coaches and their techniques and stuff.
No doubt. The Ingram Experience, I need you to balance the scale, man.
Brother, I can even say anything with you. You and Dr. Neal covered everything. But what I will say is that if you were a fake femininity scammer, the kosher has got your number. So, You will be a topic.
Well, hold for a minute. I definitely got the number, but I also got the fire. I got the number, and I see it for what it is. You can't fool me because eventually, like Teddy Pendergrass said, you can't hide from yourself. And so I'm going to see it for what it is, man. And like I said, guys, I do these shows because I love the brotherhood. These shows are not going to always be appealing to many people. I'm not doing these shows to castigate women. We love women. We love the good sisters. But I'm tired of our men suffering in silence. To the 63 people that are listening, I need 63 people to share this content with at least 2 people. Before I end this show, I want you guys to hit the 1 button. Once you share the content, hit the 1 button. Go check out the Ingram Experience on his channel. Check out Joe the Miller Child, MC Recovery. Go check out their channels. But guys, I want you guys to share the content. Let's get the movement moving. Like I said, guys, this channel should have been at 3,000 a long time ago. You're not going to find another therapist in this space giving you comprehensive game like me. You're not going to find too many. And I know there are people that watch my content but won't say nothing. That's fine. You know, I got an idea of who you are, and it's fine. But at the end of the day, you know, I do this because I love the brotherhood. So, guys, share the content. Share it with as many people as you can. Help me get this channel to 3,000. Help me get it over the threshold. Help me empower black men that need to be empowered. Because as I say in the past, a broken man is a hopeless man. And a hopeless man is a very dangerous man. He's dangerous because he's at risk of imploding, which in essence turned to an explosion. And so share the content, you know. So once you guys share it, I need everybody to hit the 1 button. To the 60 that are listening, thank you guys. You guys deserve an applause. To the 60 people that are listening, thank you. You guys did an excellent job tonight. And I got to get up in the morning and see clients. But thank you to the 60 that are listening. You guys did an awesome job facilitating the show. I'm honored that you guys took the time on your busy schedule to watch the Kosher Clinician. I got some fire content coming up. I got some stuff that's going to make you shake in your boots like the Scarecrow in the Wizard of Oz. So be on the look. Be on standby. I got some things for you. But like I said, guys, please share the content. Share this content. Go ahead and share it. So I need everybody to hit the 1 button real quick before I drop out. Real quick, while I'm waiting on the audience to hit the 1 button. Ingram, do you feel like our culture will ever return back to the days of yesterday?
I think that it won't, because there's too many influences in the culture. And not only that, there's an economic value in keeping things the way it is. So for the brothers that are wanting families, that are wanting to build a family and that wanting to get married, my thing is I would use capitalism, relationship capitalism, and get the best quality woman you can get. Ignore these rehabilitated alpha widows that they're trying to repackage in this country, and go abroad, travel, find a culture that supports traditional values.
Oh, will we ever return MC Recovery back to a place of normalcy in America, brother?
If you're talking about the relationship thing, I don't know, man. It's gonna take some time. I'm with just give me the 10% of normalcy to get the rolling. But you know, it's gonna take some time. I don't know if it's gonna happen in our lifetimes, but it's coming. Yeah. Because I believe a lot of men is teaching this right now,
right,
to their sons.
Right.
You know, that's a few generations up under.
Right. Well, listen, guys, once again, it's been a powerful show. It's 37 minutes after the hour, 12 o'clock in my DJ voice. We're about to sign off. Ingram, man, look, man, I got to come down to where you live at, brother. You and I got to chop up some game, man. You my homie. I'm going to take some pictures, and I'm going to let you guys see what 6'6" and 6'7" look like. You know,
absolutely.
Because Ingram, where did you play ball at Ingram back in the day, brother, if you don't mind saying?
Seton Hall.
Oh, you played at Seton Hall? Oh, you're a beast.
Yeah, well, that's a long time ago, brother. So.
Right, you played at Seton Hall, man. That's impressive, man. Yeah, Seton Hall is a big-time school. But anyway, guys, this has been a great show. This has been another fiery show. But, guys, real quick, please go check out the Ingram Experience. Guys, please hit 1 if you shared the content. Please share the content. Listen, I only need at least 5 to 10 people. I need everybody to share the content, at least 2 or 3 people. Hit 1 before I sign off. Please hit 1. Before we end, if there's a lady that would like to pop on, Tim dropped the link for one of the women that want to come on and share what she got out of the show. I'm gonna give you guys about 3 minutes to do that. If not, we're gonna sign off because I know people got to get ready to go to work. But this has been another classic. This has been the uncovering the pathologies of April Mason. And I don't know where I get these things from, guys. Sometimes it's up just popped in my head. Me and England were talking on my way back home, and it just somehow, I don't know how to do it. I can do stuff from the top of my head, man. I just freestyle to come to me, and I just do it, man. I just do it. So
man, I'm about to head to bed, man. I got
okay, man.
Gym in the morning, brother.
Okay, all right. Much love and blessings, brother. We're about to sign off. Thank you, brother.
All right, take care, brother.
All right, no doubt. All right, guys, we're about to sign off. Have you guys hit the one button yet? If not, we're going to sign off, man. But this has been another great show. Thank you to all the ladies and the gentlemen that were listening. And once again, guys, I've told you in the past that there are 7 steps that a man must go through in order to become an optimized male. And once men understand female psychology, world travel, and the importance of how female psychology impacts a man's psyche, he can become the best version of himself. This has been another classic for the books. We're about to sign off, guys. Thank you for all the people that have more or less donated to the show. If you have not donated, share the content. But guys, I'm honored, and we're about to sign off. And I love you guys, all the sisters, Miss Parker. I love you. I love all the sisters, Sweet Lulu Bean, all the sisters, and all the great brothers that have supported me in this journey. Thank you, guys. I could not have done it without your support and your love and your generosity. Much love and blessings, guys. We're about to sign off because these old bones need to be arrested. Be well.
Lows. That's like these days. Bro chained up, he on lockdown. Phone call 3 ways. I just pray that he find God now. It's no replay. On my way up to the top now. That's on me, ayy. The highs with the lows. That's like these days. Bro chained up, he on lockdown. Phone call 3 ways. I just pray that he find God now. It's no replay. On my way up to the top now. That's on me, ayy. Any day could've been dead. High school price on my head. Paranoid lying in my bed. Pray to God they don't turn my shirt cherry red. I was lost, didn't know me. Introduced myself to codeine. 6 months was a dope fiend. Philly didn't even know things. There was a low me. Swear to God it would've owed me. Everything you ever told me. Everything you ever showed me. I forgot it. Caused me drama. I used to stay on one. Now I changed on them. The highs with the lows. That's life these days. Bro chained up, he on lockdown. Phone call 3 ways. I just pray that he find God now. It's no replay. On my way up to the top now. That's on me, ayy. Hit the highs with the lows. That's like these days. Bro chained up, he on lockdown. Phone call 3 ways. I just pray that he find God now. It's no replay. On my way up to the top now. That's on me, ayy. I just saw Jizzy got a plane. Guess that's what he meant when he said nothing was the same. Lately I've been grounded, energizing off the pain. Some things gon' change, I'm just soaking up the game. Through the mud, out the rain like I remember all those same nights. Now I'm on top, no stage fright. Now I'm on go, no brake lights. Hit the pedal, hit the engine roar. No fear like a matador. Breaking trends and I'm making more. Going up, climbing ladders more. I can't be stopped. Now I do what I want. Real, no front. All the way to the top. Highs with the lows. That's like these days. Bro chained up, he on lockdown. Phone call 3 ways. I just pray that he find God now. It's no replay. On my way up to the top now. That's on me, ayy. The highs with the lows. That's like these days. Bro chained up, he on lockdown. Phone call 3 ways. I just pray that he find God now. It's no replay. On my way up to the top now. That's on me, ayy. keep God first. I see evil, when I converse. Not today, say. This how God works. Play my position, what is given with no concerns. Go, 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 go. Set it off. Top of the morning, I'm gonna set it off. You living boring, I'm gonna set it off. Shooting, I'm scoring, I'm gonna set it off. Like soldiers torn, I'm gonna set it off. Son of God, no, I am not son of man. Blessings keep falling, the fingers keep coming in. I got you, but just know I'm texting like Uncle Sam. Left to the bank, you know that I'm coming in. We don't do it for the bands though, we don't do it for the clout. Legacy on the line, so I'm moving in and out. Seen good ones turn top dog, greedy ones get knocked off. I keep looking at the bench like I could never not ball. Coach keep me in the game, Curry deadly with the range. I keep looking in the mirror like, who is he? I'm insane. Who am I? He insane. Guess I ain't the one to blame. What's done is done, won't change. Time to live up to my name. Real will be real, fake gon' fall. Took time with this here, I made for a while. No sleeping while I won't fall. No sleeping while I want it all. I keep God first. I see evil, when I converse. Not today, say. This how God works. Play my position, what is given with no concerns. Go, 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 go. Set it off. Top of the morning, I'm gonna set it off. You living boring, I'm gonna set it out. Shooting, I'm scoring, I'm gonna set it out. Like soldiers torn, I'm gonna set it out. Told my baby, meet me at the bank. Told my mama, I'ma break the trend. Locked in, I'ma change the weight. Working for my baby's kids. Hard times couldn't make the rent. Working hard, couldn't save a cent. Lonely nights, just me and God. Swear to him, always made the ends. Grab a paper, see the news. Hate coming by the tools. Walk a mile in my shoes. Something you can never do. Got my back against the wall. Bet I always pull through. Who are you? Who are you? Who are you? Who are you? Sending shots, I block 'em. Superman with the moves. Rock 'em, sock 'em, drop, pop 'em. Play to win, never lose. Run it up, I top 'em. Plate full, belly too. I hip hop or pop 'em. Anything I could do. The real won't be real, fake gon' fall. Took time with this here, I made for a while. No sleeping while I won't fall. No sleeping while I want it all. I keep God first. I see evil, when I converse. Not today, say. This how God works. Play my position, what is given with no concerns. Go, 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 go. Set it off. Top of the morning, I'm gonna set it off. You living boring, I'm gonna set it off. Shooting, I'm scoring, I'm gonna set it off. Like soldiers torn, I'm gonna set it off. I hit recorded drop, you can't ignore it. I'm transforming now these cars and planes, I'm always boarding. Just out touring down in Charlotte like I play for Hornets. When I'm performing, never boring, now you can't afford it. Champagne Perrier, finished friends on my face. Looking like I'm from the deep, these no Cartiers. Pockets deep, 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 bro. I can make it in my seat, bro. Do you, I'm doing me, bro. Making noise, use a peak, bro. Whoa, I press the button and the doors go off like, whoa. That money clip us now, the new now looks like, whoa. Upgrade her diamonds, now her girlfriends are like, whoa, 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 whoa. Neighborhood on the scene, neighborhood on the strip. Neighborhood be the name, neighborhood no crib. Neighborhood that's me, neighborhood that's Nick. Neighborhood do the dance, neighborhood do the dip. Okay, thought I'd never make it like no way. I'm the real deal, no role play. My days off, that's no days. No, I hustle hard, young rose. E be the shooter, that's cold case. Those on the deals, that's brose. Got no pay, yo, no say. Okay, this the news, tell them read it. Been the one since the fetus. Don't sleep on me, Tempur-Pedic. That's a no, no, no. Spending dope for no reason. Got a ball head, Mr. Cleaner. Heard the big bags overseas, then we gon' go, go, go. Whoa, I press the button and the doors go off like, whoa. That On my own, no fixer. I'm gon' ball, no picker. That I ate those, they live for. Talking on my back, go figure. Whole team eats from splitter. Never was the one to go flicker. No face, no case, no picture. Full place, big stakes, my dinner. Flip that, Canal Street. Flip back. Last week, old money. This week, new racks. Never buy 9 more. If I can't afford to gift wrap, stun in your foreign car. You keep riding rental tax. Ew. Heard you roll the other lane, we are not the same. Couple thousand in my pocket, this pocket chick. Rubber bands on my arm, this is not for play. I put 20 on the crib while you cop a chain. I know they hated or love it. You know I love when they hate it. Last year was living basic. Nah. Haters on the other side. 3 up, read between the lines. Know I got some angels with me. Made it through some evil times. Late night on some demon time. Pour the Sprite, I need love. I can't lock in sweet love. Freak time. Brainstorm, you can assume with your chains on. I can see none with the lights off. Cap, you been the main one. Coolin' when I got my mains on. Show money.
Fire for your mind. The kosher clinician.